Hi, Wendy, double check. This meeting, in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law, DL 1975, Chapter 231, notice this meeting was posted in 2 newspapers, The Record and the Ridgewood News. The public is advised planning board's rule that the meetings are concluded by 10 p.m. Pledge of Allegiance. To the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Kaufman?
Here.
Mr. Barbara?
Here.
Mr. Scherer?
Here.
Mr. Friedberg?
Here.
Councilwoman Marsh? Here. Mr. Panzo?
Here.
Ms. Picnic? Here. Chairman Bellamy?
Here. Yes, go with this. Yeah,
No.
on that one. So we have the minutes from the closed session on May 20th.
Motion.
Second. All in favor, you have to just the ones that were here.
Councilwoman Marsh? Yes. Mr. Panzo?
Yes.
Mr. Kaufman?
Yes.
Chairman Bellamy?
Yes. May 20th, 2025 minutes.
Motion.
Second.
Councilwoman Marsh? Yes. Mr. Panzo?
Yes.
Mr. Kaufman?
Yes.
Chairman Bellamy?
Yes. And the June 24th, 2025.
Motion.
Second. There you go, someone do it.
Yeah. Councilwoman Marsh? Yes. Mr. Panzo?
Yes.
Mr. Scherer? Yes. Mr. Friedberg?
Yes.
Mr. Kaufman?
Yes.
Chairman Bellamy?
Yes. So tonight's agenda, we have our first new application, which is Martin Malik from 126 Broadway.
We're gonna do the sign out.
We're gonna do the sign application first. Where is that? That's the matter?
Correct.
Right, so we're gonna move around the agenda slightly and try to see if we can get the sign. Woodcliff Lake Manor LLC, 555 Chestnut Ridge Road, we'll hear first.
Wonderful, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. My name is Mark Medeo. My offices are located on Legion Drive in Bergenfield. I represent the applicant here this evening with regard to 555 Chestnut Ridge Road. Looks like you have an interesting agenda. We're perhaps the easy part. We are looking to take the existing sign and replace it with a somewhat newer and upgraded sign. It also measures slightly larger, but we'll explain how and why. And that's really all we're here for. So for those of you who don't know, we recently had a grand opening of what we hope is a building that is being renovated for both inside and outside. We understand that the town is aware of that and we continue to support that effort. So what we are here to do as part of that continued rebranding is just signage. A couple of quick notes. There may have been some misunderstanding that we were in an R zone. We are not. We are, of course, on Chestnut Ridge Road in a B2 business zone. There may have also been some question of measurement. The existing sign, which we have as existing 24 square feet. The existing sign, and I know because I just had to go to Wegmans and get a tape ruler and verify it. The existing sign is 4x8. So the existing sign is actually 32 square feet. So the new sign is somewhat larger, but it is not starting at 24 square feet and jumping all the way up. The other component, which I know is not something you're in favor of, because I've done sign applications here before, is the existing sign has the two kind of legs, that sort of stick out legs. The new sign, actually, the sign face covers the legs. And we'll show you how that is. Now, that's good because you're not kind of sort of looking at that sign that feels like it's on the side of the parkway or something. But the bad news is those square feet of the part of the sign that goes down and covers the legs now gets counted against. So that's also part of what we'll talk about this evening. Before we do kick it off, what I'd like to slide up, I guess, to someone who can help me are our notices and green cards. Of course, we've already submitted the appropriate affidavit of service. You already have all that documentation, but we wanted you to have that.
As Clarissa, we have proof of service and proof of publication? Yeah, okay.
Awesome. Now, council was kind enough to, as he always does, do a really nice exhibit list, which is great. We're going to keep that. I'm probably going to go in the wrong order, but we'll try to make sure. So the first thing we really do want you to look at is we have a survey of the existing property.
Can I just go over that exhibit list? Just so everybody knows?
Of course.
All right, so we marked the application, we pre-marked it to try to speed this up. The application is A1, the diagram, proposed sign with dimensions is A2, the rendering of the sign is A3. The photo of the existing sign, which looked like it was taken in winter, is A4. The photo of the existing sign looks like it was taken in the summer, is A5. The survey, council just mentioned, by George J. Anderson is marked A6. We have negative review dated 5/22/25, that's WCL1. The DMR review letter is dated July 17th, 2025. It's the WCL2, WCL3 is the Shade Tree Committee comments by 2025. WCL4 is the email response from the Wickliffe Lake Police Department dated May 31st, 2025. And WCL5 is an email from the fire department, which really had no comments. Okay.
Well, thank you, council. So the easiest one to look at, of course, is the survey. I can save you and get you right to the end for a spoiler alert. The sign is going exactly where the existing sign. It is not changing in any way. It's going in the exact same spot. It, in fact, one of the principal worries about, that's okay, take your time. One of the principal worries about the signage, of course, is how it might impact site triangles. The sign is actually getting at least 8 inches now. So the sign, one of the dimensions where we lose distance is the sign is getting anywhere between 8 inches and a foot narrower. I say that because the old sign has those 4-inch posts. The new sign does not. So if you include the posts, it's actually a little bit, it's about 8 inches narrower. If you don't include the post, it's a little more narrower. But one thing you can be sure of is it's narrow. So to the extent that anyone might be concerned about the site triangle, that's really not an issue. This is the existing sign. I'm going to pass a bunch down. You may probably have them, but it makes me feel good to hand out copies so it's right in front of you. I'm going to do the same thing over here. Thank you. Nice to see you.
Nice to see.
That's the existing sign. I probably don't have to give you a picture of it. You've probably only seen it a million times. that is the existing sign. I won't show you the existing sign in winter and in summer, because I think you have the idea. To give you some idea of the scale of something, once you kind of take that sign photo, and I'm gonna split these up again. Once you take that sign photo from across the street, I think you have a little, if you don't see, it's interesting. You have a little bit better perspective on the scale of the sign on the roadway, on the property, and to the building. And we believe that both the color and the size, and it almost appears somewhat squat, makes the sign difficult to see and also is not the very best reflection. This is actually the new sign. This isn't, as I understand it, a computer mock-up of the new sign. I think somebody just actually brought the new sign out there and leaned it up, took a picture and then took it away. So what we're passing out now is the new sign. And so what I want you to be aware of on the new sign is a couple of points. Number one, you'll see on both sides of what appear to be the swan motif, which will apparently be a motif that's carried over. There are two kind of dead areas. Again, they count against us, but all they do is make sure the swans don't fall over. So again, for what it's worth, okay. The other thing that's distinctive about this sign, and frankly is a technique I've not seen, is that you see the skirt on the sign. The skirt in the middle is white. It looks like sort of like we have in our guest room where there's like a bed skirt, so you don't see the bed frame. The principle is the same. The skirt hangs below the actual sign, so you don't see the legs, you sort of don't get this impression of being on stilts. Of course, those square footage, when you count measurements, count against us. So the one final document that I'd like for you to see is we have a measured sign drawing. I think Board Council marked that in. It's the schematic with the measurements on it. So that's the one. Terrific. So that document really gives us the measured idea of what we're talking about. But so we're clear, we're permitted 24 square feet. We currently are 32 square feet. If you measure the whole shebang, we're at 48 square feet. And by the way, when I say we measure 32 square feet currently, that doesn't include the 4-inch posts on each side over 4 feet, probably be another 3, 4, 5 feet. So I have a witness who is in charge of the redevelopment of this property. I could call him up to pretty much confirm what I've said, but it was not my intention, given the rest of your evening, to belabor this point. We regard this almost as a like-kind change. We believe in both from the C1 perspective, because we are locked into that location. There's a stone retaining wall. We can't move it forward. We can't move it backwards. We're kind of stuck there. But also we believe that it's a C2, that it advances the purposes of zoning within your commercial zone. I would suggest that we could sit here all night and I don't think anyone could come up with a substantial detriment. Remember, that's the statutory standard of the negative criteria, not a little detriment, not, I like the other one better, but that the application is one which is subject to that substantial detriment standard. If I could think of one, I'd throw one out for us to talk about, but I really cannot think of substantial. Mr. Chairman, do you require my witness or are you?
No, I don't think so. Mr. Ganay, I think we're okay. The one question I would have is, there's no lighting on this sign, interior or exterior, right?
No, the lighting will be exactly what it is now. And I don't know if there's ground lighting. I was just there. I don't remember tripping over any lights, but our intention is not to change what's there now. If it is permitted, we may ultimately have some ground lighting on there. But we don't have any plans for internal or other illumination.
Okay, just to keep the exhibits straight, the three additional photographs weren't included in my exhibit list. The one looks like a more current photograph, like greener grass, and the other one I'll just label it current photo. Current conditions. So that'll be A7. And then the one taken from across the street, we'll mark that A8. And then the photo with the sign in place. Actually, the sign is already built.
No, it was taken down. They literally brought the sign over, leaned it up against the old sign, took the picture and took it back to the factory.
Okay, but is this the actual sign?
Yeah,
Okay,
for real.
So the sign is constructed.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Believe me, I hear every day how that sign is already constructed and it's taken up one of the partners' offices.
Okay, so yeah, optimistic. Okay, all right.
But optimistic or maybe a little mistake, but either way, it certainly is
Okay.
there.
So that takes care of that. I have one question. Who is Rockadian Development Group?
That is who my witness, Rocadian, is the development or redevelopment management company retained by the owners for this interior and exterior
Okay,
phase.
the applicant is the owner though.
The applicant, you could call it either way. We have the consent of, but certainly you call it the owner.
Yeah, well, that's what's on the application.
Then let's go with that.
Okay, fine. That's all I have.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever met them, but okay.
Any questions from any of the board members?
Can I see the list of who was noticed?
200-foot list?
Yeah.
Was there anyone you were looking for? I could maybe help because I haven't.
The office building south.
That was certainly noticed. This lot is oddly deep, so the list is actually kind of longer than you think because the lot is like 300 foot deep and goes well toward the residential area.
Ron Supreme's looking at that, and the question for Anthony Curtis, you don't have any issues with the site triangle?
No, I don't.
Okay.
The only question I had was already asked about the lighting and they said no new lighting is proposed, so.
Okay. And just for the record,
Bless you.
we have comments from the Shade Tree Committee, Police Department, and Fire Department, so we just should put them on the record. I had
Do we know who the owner is of that property?
Of what?
The property next door?
I'm involved with that.
Will you? I don't care if you recuse yourself or not, but one would.
No, just curious.
Oh,
Yes, the wrong address, that's fine.
it's whatever address is on there, though.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
You want to change it?
Probably.
I don't want to have to fire a paralegal.
Look under the sign.
There you go.
Okay, just for the record, the WCL3, the Shade Tree Committee, comments requested, 2 hawthorn winter king trees in the right of way. That was their comment. Talked with the police department. No traffic issues indicated by the police department. And the fire department had no comment. So basically, it's just the Shade Tree Committee. It's a consideration. Your client have any position with regard to those 2
No.
trees recommended?
No, we'll of course follow the recommendation.
Okay. No, it says where advisable, shade trees are to be planted with a minimum of 2 per lot within the right of way easement. Accordingly, the Shade Tree Committee recommends planting of 2 hawthorn winter king trees in the right of way on the subject lot.
I don't even know that you. Listen, it's a county road. If your shade tree commission is saying we have to put 2 trees in the county right of way. I don't want to say I have no position in.
Yeah.
If you want.
I don't think we're gonna make that a requirement.
If you want trees on, just, we'll put them. I mean, they're the smallest part of this process, but one would imagine that would.
Sounds like it's a recommendations.
Fair enough. When we'll certainly take that under advisement.
Well, you could say if permitted by Bergen County, so. So if the
Do
county.
you want them? Do you want
wanna
them?
approve, you know, it's up to the board. I don't vote.
We'll just leave it up to the applicant. Unless any of the board members want to make it a requirement.
Mr. Chairman, if I could comment.
Sure.
David Trost, DMR, I'm also a licensed landscape architect. I would not recommend that tree species as a shade tree along the road. It's a smaller ornamental tree that will ultimately become a problem.
That takes care of that.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, so that being
You're
said.
gonna put a tree in, put a mighty you.
Right. Do we have any other comments from the board? Do we have a motion to approve the applicant? Oh,
Do we want to open to the public?
Yeah, you have to.
Thank you. All in favor? Is anyone here to discuss the sign at 555 Chestnut Ridge? Seeing none.
Motion to.
All in favor? All right, now we're ready. All in favor? Okay.
Councilwoman Mark? Yes. Enzo?
Yes.
Mr. Sarah? Yes. The Freeburg, are you?
See why I need to, but yes.
What, yes, you're recusing yourself?
No,
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Kaufman?
Yes.
Mr. Barbara?
Yes.
Ms. Picnic? Yes. Chairman Beltrame?
Yes.
All right.
Board members, nice to see you. I hope the rest of your evening is uneventful. Not that it matters to me, but I think your radiators are on. The baseboard heat is on. But I leave that to bigger questions. Nice to see you all. Good night.
Thank you very much.
Really. You have a-
I can't see under it. When you're trying to get out there, scoot out.
Are you trying to scoot out of there fast?
Yeah.
But thanks.
I don't want to linger.
It's like we got you while we run this one of the song.
All right, our next applicant is going to be Martin Malik, 126 Broadway. Applicant proposes a 3-story mixed-use building. Applicant is seeking 4 variances, 3 waivers. And I believe.
Yeah, you have to type of financially.
You need a few minutes to set up, I presume.
Yeah. well, that's the business.
No worries.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, probably good idea. How many weeks we have?
Is the bar missing from the easel? Would you have to know where it is?
So the way to recuse, if you want to recuse, that's the decision you have to make. It's not, it's a conflict is your decision. It's not, it's not. It's not for us to say. Right. Or number 2. Right.
Yeah, I don't.
If you have a business, financial relationship.
Yeah.
Well, it's not the applicant, it's the applicant's attorney, so. That's a difference. But if you feel you can be impartial, that's.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that won't.
What would Donald? What would Donald?
Whatever he wants. He would follow them. Yes, this is the one that. Oh, it's part of the phase three.
Yes. It won't be put there.
That's true.
Evening, how are Oh, you went there.
No, I mean, he can, mark is being received, but.
You know.
We can note that they were. John got. But you could ask them for a hearing tonight, just have they see the numbers. If board doesn't accept letters, they would have to testify. They will make, or yes, or make comments.
How are you?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, well, but I don't. Before with that. I think that's What we'll market, but it's not gonna be part of the book. You know, we're not gonna, we're not gonna sell it. And if they want to make comments, they could read it. Right.
I didn't have your name, so I can't ask you if you're ready yet.
Candid.
Candace, thank you. Are you ready, Candace?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. Forms. Or what John wants to do is.
Yeah, let John introduce himself, please.
All right, Ms. Molinaro, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those of you who haven't been here in a while, I'm John Milanelli, and I'm with Price v. Shulman in Darnea. Also, we're here in Woodcliff Lake at 50 Kites Boulevard. I have the honor here tonight of representing Marty Malik, who is the owner of 126 Broadway. And this is one of those rather pleasant applications where I know, and I'm convinced that not only are all of you aware of this building, but everyone in this room is aware of this building. It is a building that certainly is dilapidated. It is an abandoned gas station. It has been abandoned for a long time. I'll share with you that Mr. Malik has been waiting for a long time to be here because the zoning up until recently really only allowed the construction of retail. And retail today is just not an easy thing to build as a standalone building, particularly in a small community center like Broadway. It's a beautiful street in a beautiful town that I've lived in for 33 years. But the market just did not dictate the type of development that the prior zoning code envisioned. Kudos to this planning board for your review of new zoning ordinances. Kudos to the mayor and council in this town for adopting the ordinance that now permits a mixed retail multifamily use, which is exactly before you this evening. Other than some brief variances and waivers that I'm going to mention in a moment, this is a conforming application. It conforms in terms of its use. It conforms in terms of its general overall size and its density. It is within the 8 unit per acre requirement from the town. And I just like to show it. You want me to mark each exhibit of the plans, or do you want to do it all in one set?
It's up to you. I was gonna pre-mark, but on prior applications, some of the attorneys want to do their own marking their way. So
I'll do it your way.
Just as you present it, just do it as you present it. We'll just
Okay.
throw one up there and then we'll
All
mark
right, I wanted to show it to you already. This is sheet A5 from the plans that have been submitted in connection to this application. And the one that I really like is the one on the upper right, which shows you the view from Broadway. And you can see the bottom level is going to be detail with entrances along the front. And then you have two levels of residences. You've got the 1 and 2 bedroom mix. It is fully parked. I can say that at the outset, it is more than enough for parking spaces. But what we've now with the design is a loft area to the rear of the property. People who live in top units will have a spectacular view of our lake. But you miss that when you live in the rear, and you've dealt with one of the gate Northway, you've dealt with other possible developments. Everyone wants that lake view. So what he has done is with the 1-bedroom units, I'll call them 1-bedroom presumed units in the back, he's added internal stairways with a loft to the top where there is a living room and a 2nd bedroom. You'll also notice there is a glass barrier here on the top, with some trees on the top. The plan is for a rooftop lounge that will be available for all unit residents, meaning there is a stairwell that can bring you up there. So if you live in the front, you can be able to access it. And of course, if you live in the back, then you have direct access to it. It's a feature, it's an amenity that tenants they look for. I mean, what's great about this building is its proximity to the train station. Its proximity to retail areas, hopefully in a very short period of time, a much more vigorous retail area along Broadway and Woodcliff Lake. And I just wanted you to see that because as we talk about the design, you get a general understanding. There's other elevations that you see, but I'm really proud of this. I think it's a great design. It's an expensive building to build. It's not just your basic, throw it up there, throw some stucco on it, and go out and look for tenants. The design was carefully thought of by Mr. Mao, who is the owner. He's also a licensed engineer, and he's here testifying on his behalf tonight, which saves him a lot of money, not have to pay engineering fees, but I think he's done a terrific job with plans. The variances are. So. I'm going to show you sheet S1, which is a site plan.
just to see.
The variances are pretty straightforward. The first one is, there are some,
John, just before you go any further, just to clarify the marking, we're gonna use the markings on your plan. So that was A5 that you just referred to.
yeah,
And it's marked A5.
Yeah, but then I'm gonna have S1.
S1, right. Everyone are individually marked, so, and I'll refer to them as I bring them in.
Yeah.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, okay, yeah. So it's marked S1 on the plans given.
Right, and for the record, so you have it, Mr. Princiato, these are plans drawn by Rakshan Malik Associates, Saddle River, New Jersey, dated April 4, 2025. Sheet S1, and I'm only using this sheet just to indicate the
And
variance.
while we're interrupting, and I apologize, we have proof of publication, proof of service on the subject.
Right, Mary Patricelli sent you everything you have, you were set, okay, thank you. Yeah, I did notice for this meeting, even though it had been announced at the last meeting, I decided to renotice anyway. So, first one is parking 17 feet from a roadway when 30 feet is required. We wanted to add as many parking spaces as possible, so these spaces here along Campbell and these one and almost a second space along Broadway are located within the within the 30-foot required setback. That requires a variance because 30 feet is required and we're at 17 feet. We have, however, increased the width, the driveway width to 30 feet, which really provides for much easier access in and out. So our position is that will compensate for any parking spaces that are located within 30 feet. Secondly, this is a 3-story building. That design that I showed you on A5, that additional wall space is a 3rd story. And the town code only allows 2.5 stories. However, it's very important. The height of the building is only 35.5 feet, where the maximum height permitted for the B1 zone is 36 feet. So although it's technically 3 stories, we are below the height. So yes, a variance, but a more important non-variance, meaning the height. Building meets the height requirements. Secondly is maximum impervious. We are not permitted to exceed 50% between the building and the parking. We are at 75%. I handed out something, and if I could just make reference to it. You all have it in front of you. How would you like to have it marked? I'll refer to it once it's marked.
We'll mark your application A1 and this, you want to mark this, let's see, you have, oh, wait a second, you have A exhibits. And we're gonna keep your A exhibits on your plans. So
Right.
We'll make this an A6.
Okay. A6 is a couple of sheets taken from the Woodcliff Lake 2006 Master Plan Broadway reexamination. Technically now superseded by a subsequent examination that was done. But the information contained on this sheet was prepared by prior planner here in Woodcliff Lake by the name of Joseph Burgess. Is an indication of what the town's thought was of what should go on the corner of Campbell and Broadway. And it has some interesting points, and one of the things, or one of the points mentioned here is impervious. And Mr. Burgess talked about the fact that when you're developing commercial property along Broadway, it's going to be very hard to maintain that 50% impervious requirement. Currently, it's 100%. Well, there is some tree area in the back, but right now it is heavily paved. But what we made sure we did do is this 30-foot area in the rear, which borders the residential zone, matches exactly the ordinance that specifically was written for retail or commercial properties that border the residential zone. This is a 30-foot rear buffer. The plantings are exactly matching what is required under the ordinance, the exact tree, the staggering of it, the required distance between all of them. So while we do exceed the impervious percentage, for us to only be able to build on half of this property would make it very difficult, not just for Mr. Malik, but any developer to adequately develop the property. Mr. Burgess in this report gave this town an indication. For whatever reason, it chose not to do anything about it, but it said you need to look at that because it really is a difficult percentage when you're talking about commercial properties along the Broadway district. But interestingly enough, the third sheet, Mr. Burgess actually designed what he thought and what he presented to the mayor and council and this planning board back then, which approved this report, is his suggested design for this corner. And if it looks familiar, it is. It matches exactly Mr. Malik's proposal to you here this evening. Mr. Burgess knew then, as Mr. Malik knows now, what is the best way to develop this property. There might be some people here tonight that are going to say, well, I don't like the idea that their setback from the center line of Broadway is not the required 70 feet. That's a legitimate point to make. But if we take that building and we comply with that 70-foot setback, we're actually moving the building closer to the residences, which is not what this town's planning board in all of its master plan reexaminations has ever envisioned. In fact, just the opposite. So that's why I brought this for all of you to see here tonight. So you get an idea that this is not a new design. This is not something that has been created. It's something that really has been envisioned by the town for a long time. The last one is we want to permit vehicles to make left turns out of this curb cut onto Campbell. And I know there are some people here tonight that don't like that. And here's why I'm asking you to really consider it. First of all, there's a curb cut there now, and the curb cut has existed for a long time. There is access to this site both from Broadway and from Campbell. There is currently no prohibition of a left turn. The left turn is primarily, you're going to find, and we will prove, the residences. Our plan is, we haven't designated this on the plan, but we leave it up to this board. We are willing to consider mandating that these back parking spaces be limited to the 8 residential tenants. And that these spaces on the side be for the retail users. If the retail users park in the southern section of this property, chances are with this 30-foot wide opening, they're going to come in at Broadway and they're going to exit at Broadway. So we believe that the left turn coming out of Campbell are going to be the residential unit, the residential tenants. Before designing this parking, Mr. Malik will tell you that he consulted with another engineer that gave him ideas in terms of trip studies and how many trips that he can anticipate. This is not a large project. This is not 188 Broadway. This is not the one across Highview. This is an 8-unit development. It's perfect for the spot. And the people that are coming out of here, they're gonna wanna make that left turn on Campbell. Broadway is a significant area. Don't draw them into another area of the parking lot. Let them come out, let them make that left at Campbell, just like every residential property owner does that lives on Campbell. They come out of their driveways and they go down Campbell. The fact that there's 8 tenants or 8 to 10 or maybe 12 tenants in these 8 units, based upon the number of times when somebody's gonna be making a left out of Campbell, there is adequate distance between this entrance and Broadway. There's no reason why, unless a traffic engineer tonight shows up and says a car should not make a left out of Campbell, I see no reason why it should be prohibited. I have reports here. In fact, I can mark them. I'll mark them all. I have a report from Neglia Engineering Associates dated March 17, 2025, revised through April 21, 2025.
Would that be R?
R.
No, not R, I mean our.
We usually like those
Oh.
with flaky, so
O1,
WCL one,
okay.
that's the revised.
That's the revised April 21st?
Right, and then I have a report from the Woodcliff Lake Police Department dated March 2, 2025, Woodcliff Lake 2. I would note in this report, and there is one comment about their recommendation of a parking space greater than 9 feet wide, but there's nothing in this report that indicates and recommends that this board should consider not allowing left turns onto Campbell. It's important to Mr. Malik, right? It's important for the residents. Don't make them make a right turn on Campbell to go all the way up and around to get to Broadway. They live here. They will be Woodcliff Lake residences. These retail users are going to pull into this lot and they'll pull out on Broadway. It will be the tenants that will go that way. I have a shade tree report dated March 12, 2025. I'll mark that as WCL3. I have an email from Christopher O'Leary of Park Ridge Borough dated April 22, 2025 on behalf of Park Ridge Water. I'll make that WCL4.
I don't know if we have that.
You know, oh, this was sent to Clarice. And it's dated April, well, Clarice sent it to me, so I think you do have it. Yeah. If not, I can provide a copy and, and I have one from Park Ridge Water. So that, I mean, that's the itemization of the variances. We also have some design waivers. We have a design waiver that I think is a design waiver with every single application made before this board. Your zoning code provides that each parking space shall be 9 by 18, and I'll defer to Mr. Kouros here. But yet your site plan ordinance still requires 10 by 20. So it's a waiver because the 10 by 20 we are not putting in, we're putting in 9 by 18. I suggest to you it is a standard size. The police report that was submitted, the officer recommended that the width of the size be 9.5 feet. I'll defer to Mr. Kouros, but I haven't seen that anywhere. Your zoning code requires 9 by 18. And I suggest to you that we are in full compliance with the width, we have 30 foot aisle width for vehicular movement, which is large. We have a 30-foot pavement width. And this is a big parking lot. So I suggest to you, and Mr. Malik will tell you, that the 9 by 18 should be sufficient. And we would ask that while I appreciate the recommendation that come in from the police department, I think that one really is just not something, I haven't really seen it too much. We have 2 waivers for the building setback from both Campbell and Broadway. The site plan, as the site plan code requires 70 feet from the center line of Broadway and 70 feet from the center line of Campbell. Well, guess what? If we put this building 70 feet back from Broadway and 70 feet back from Campbell, maybe we can fit a small building back here, grossly undersized based upon the size of the lot. And where is it going again? Closer to the residential area. That is completely inconsistent with what Mr. Burgess drew a year ago and what really the zoning book wants. This is really a classic design of retail along Broadway. Mr. Mallett is going to tell you about the landscaping that he plans along Broadway, about the landscaping that he plans along Campbell. I mean, it's gonna look like what you've always wanted retail buildings to look like on Broadway. The lights, the shrubbery, and everything else. So that's a short description of our variances and our waivers. I appreciate you letting me go through that. It's always good to start an application before we move on. And without further ado, I would like to call Mr. Malik to begin to offer his testimony. Malik?
So, it's the. Just let me catch up with the markings here, okay, so shade tree memo, WCO, three, police department. WCO two. Did you mention the fire department?
I have a fire department, and I have a department water, but I have it in the file here and I can't,
I didn't want to. Okay. So the water department. WCO four.
no, that would be 5, I think, Sal. Water,
Neglia one, police report two, shade tree three, Park Ridge water four. Yeah, it's just north, this is the fire department.
DMR.
I mean, that water department is four, it's WCO four, right?
yes,
Okay, and then
shade tree is 1. I have it, but I don't have it in front of me. No, that was 3. Okay.
You need DMR April, last revised.
Revised April 8th, right?
Yes. Which does call out a few more waivers.
so the DMR report will be 5. And there's a fire department. Or
This is my copy, I'm gonna need.
Did I get the DMR report?
Yeah. It's everything in there.
No, it's not my file, I don't think I have it.
It's not mine, I'll
Thank you,
share.
appreciate it. Oh, I did not receive this. Well, Mary Pat may have, but I didn't get it.
You're listed on this.
I am, oh, yes, attorney.
I'm not saying you got it.
Yeah, no, I
but
appreciate
you're
it.
listed. Okay, so the fire department's letter, that would be WCO 6,
So DMR is 5 or 6?
5.
5, and which one is 6?
The fire department is 6.
All right. I could just take a quick second to look at this DMR report. Would it be okay if I asked the question of DMR representative? I have a question on one of those. Item H, design standards for properties with frontage on Broadway. It says the standard is 24 feet and our proposed is 35 feet. You said relief required. I would think that you would need relief if it was less than a 24-foot as opposed to being more.
The standard is 24.
So you're
A
telling
lot
me
of
that,
communities don't like widened access points. I'll leave that to the engineer, but the way I read that is that you may need to release it.
and it's the same thing on Broadway.
It says
We
the
made it.
maximum width is 24. You're proposing 30.
Mhm. All right, so those are design standards that we would like to add. We did exceed, I always thought 24 was the
Minimum?
recommended, yeah, and if you went less than 24, which is the typical. A lot of developers look to build less than 24. We exceed that. I'd have to look at the ordinance, but I'd rather just add it as a design.
And on the residential side, it's limited on its width.
Residential, because you don't want to take away parking spaces on the street. That one I
And I
understand.
can understand that as well,
Yeah.
but Broadway doesn't have any parking on the street, but
Yeah, yeah.
I'll let the engineer kind of speak to that.
Yeah, I think those two, the curb cut on Broadway and curb cut on Campbell are the only two that I have not mentioned. I have everyone else. Oh, and Broadway streetscape, I think I resolved that in terms of the size and spacing, but we're gonna get that in his testimony, because actually he's leaving. The recommendation from Shade Tree was to leave the trees that exist on Broadway, which we are, and we're adding to it, so he's gonna testify to that.
I mean, you're aware that there's a new ordinance, I believe that they passed for, Broadway?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, I think he's gonna testify, we're in full compliance of it. What he is looking to do is exactly 24-5, I think, is what the ordinance requires. Yep, no doubt. So,
All right, so are we ready for your?
we're ready.
witness?
Mr. Malik, please step up. Well, I'm gonna have you go back, but you can step up. Will you give the board the benefit of your qualification?
Let me swear. You raise your right hand.
I do.
You swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, state your full name and address, please.
Martin Malik, 26 Oak Road, Saddle River, New Jersey, 07458.
Thank you.
Give them the benefit of your qualification. Is it-
I'm a licensed professional engineer since 1987 in the state of New Jersey. I've been practicing since.
License currently active?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever,
License 31846.
have you ever been qualified before either a land use board or a court of law here in New Jersey as a professional engineer?
I have testified here in front of the zoning board on the same property some 10 or 12 years ago.
Were you qualified as an engineer?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
How about in the courts or anywhere else?
I have testified as an expert witness many times in the various courts
In the field of engineering?
in the field of engineering.
Okay. I would ask that Mr. Malik, not only is he the property owner and will testify as the property owner, but also be recognized to offer opinion testimony as an engineer.
Is he the aggressive planner as well?
You're not a professional.
I'm not a planner.
He's not.
Any questions on the qualifications?
Seems like an engineer to me.
Thank you. Mr. Malik, if you step over to the board, and can you identify, is this the site plan that you prepared for consideration of this application tonight?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you describe generally the layout of the design in terms of, you don't have to be specific, because I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna ask you a specific question. But just give the board a general idea of ingress, egress, parking, and other parts of this application.
Sure, property situated on Campbell and Broadway. Is a 3-story mixed use. First floor consists of roughly 5,000 square feet of commercial retail. Second and third floor have a total of 8 apartments, 3 1-bedroom and 5 2-bedrooms. The units in the back on the second floor, they're duplexes. There's an internal stair that takes them up to the 3rd level, which they all have access to the roof in the front. There are balconies along Broadway and along in all of the front apartments. The parking is provided along the rear of the building and also on the side. The shaded blue areas will be designated to the residential tenants. And this 5 total EV, 2 designated for residential and 3 designated for the rest of the piece.
So what's the total number of make-ready spaces you are providing?
For the EV,
Yeah,
1 make ready for install.
and then, but you're wiring for a total of 5?
Yes,
3 of which are retail, 2 of which are residential?
3 of them are retail, 2 of them are residential.
All right, and those you just indicated in the upper left portion of the Campbell Avenue side parking.
Correct.
Okay. How many parking spaces in total?
46.
And based upon your calculations of both the retail area and the number of units, how many parking spaces are required?
We are in full compliance. We need a total of 42. We have 46.
All right, now 42, is that the net number after you took the statutory credit for the EV spaces?
Yes.
Okay. So you get in at both Broadway and Campbell, correct?
Yes, good.
Okay, and right now, the way the plan is set, it's unrestricted, right turn or left turn, in or out, right?
Well, here is a no right turn on Campbell
No right turn on Campbell.
as you exit.
Okay, why the no right turn on Campbell?
Because as I said, about 15 years ago, was in front of the board, they didn't want people to exit onto Campbell and go up the hill.
Okay. All right. You don't have any retail tenants online yet, right?
No.
We're gonna get to the drawings where the board will be able to see the retail stores and the layouts. But, the doors on Broadway and ground level will be for the retail uses, correct?
Yes, three double doors, hoping to have 3 separate paths.
All right. And how will the residences enter this building?
The residential entrance is on the side, right here.
Okay. Does the site provide for loading and unloading?
Yes, the
You're pointing to the southwesterly portion,
southwest one,
Right.
correct.
and that's for the loading and unloading?
Yes, it's a 13 by 36.
All right, we're talking like deliveries to the building and whatnot?
Correct.
All right, and what about refuse and trash? Where is that located?
Right adjacent to the loading, there is a fenced enclosure with 2 roll-out dumpsters.
All right, now there is a separate plan that I'll refer to, but you did do a circulation template for a garbage truck to enter the property and exit, being able to pick up that garbage.
Garbage and also fire truck, yes.
Okay, and a fire truck. All right. Just to note, because this question did come up in this report or the engineer report. There is parking partially underneath in the rear of the property, correct?
Yes.
What is the height of that elevation there?
11 feet plus.
11 feet plus, and is that sufficient to permit access for emergency vehicles?
Not a fire engine, but an
And-
ambulance, yes.
Okay, but not a fire engine.
Yes.
Would a fire engine have reason to drive underneath this?
No, there is absolutely no.
Right, there's more than enough space outside that parking lot for
Yeah.
fire vehicles to arrest any purpose. Alright, good. Are there any covenants, restrictions, or easements on this property that would restrict the development as currently shown?
Not other than the ones you mentioned.
Okay. Fencing, do you call for any fencing on the property?
Yeah, the board, I'm sorry, the code requires section 292-29B1,
Right,
requires a wooden fence, slab wood fence, 5 feet tall to be installed along the rear property, separating residential from commercial.
so we're talking about the rear of the landscape area will be a 5-foot wooden fence all along the property line to the rear.
Correct.
Does it end in the far south?
Yes.
Corner, it ends there,
Yes.
okay. Any other fence?
No, there are not.
All right, how about retaining walls or any other type of wall?
Yes, there are retaining walls all along the rear.
All right, you're pointing in front of the rear landscape area now.
Correct.
Mhm.
Correct. And also it does continue on the side in adjacent commercial property.
All right, so along the property line, on the southern portion of the property, there'll also be a retaining wall.
Correct.
How high is that retaining wall?
Very low, the grade varies, but it's quite low, like 2 feet, 2.5 feet.
All right, anything over 3 feet?
I don't think so.
All right, you understand that if for some reason it might be 3 feet or even higher, the engineer might require you to do strength calculations when it was complete. You have no problem with that?
No problem.
In fact, you've reviewed the engineering letter
Yes.
dated through April 21, 2025. All right, are there any issues that you have? You have full compliance with all the requirements? Okay, including submission of an application to the Bergen County Planning Board and Bergen County Soil Conservation.
Yes.
All right, excellent. Describe the curbing as best you can, just direct the board all along the parking lot where the curb is, as well as the outs along the perimeter of the property.
Well, we have curbing that wraps around in front of all the parking spots.
All right, so these vehicles, for example, on the southern property, these vehicles on the southern portion would not be able to go up and hit that wall. It's a curb in front.
Correct.
Okay, and also for the parking spaces that are going into the western side of the property, adjacent to the landscape there.
Yes, there is a curb.
All right.
That's the eastern side, I believe. Correct.
Eastern side,
Yeah,
yes,
I referred to it first,
West.
you said western.
it's east, yes, yes. So along the eastern edge, you've got curbing. And of course, along the building, looks like you've got a wall
And sidewalk, curb, and wheel stop.
Okay, sidewalk exists along that section of the building, outside the building?
Right here, yes,
Okay, any other pedestrian sidewalks located on,
in front of it.
in front? Yeah, that's where patrons will go into the retail store.
Right.
There is one retail store, however, that does have a side entrance, does it not?
No, that's a second means of egress,
For one store, for one, okay, I wasn't sure of that, okay. So there is another access point for a retail store in the parking lot area, but that's also for the front store.
yes.
Okay. What type of, you've got curb openings, can you describe the one on Campbell, how wide is it?
The one on Campbell is shown at 24.6, that can be reduced to 24, it's not visible. The one on Broadway, we call for 28 foot 5 inches.
Okay,
And
so putting aside the driveway width of Campbell, which you said you can make 24, why did you go higher than 24 feet at Broadway?
because of the angles that are present,
Mhm.
for a truck or a car to turn, it's just safer if the opening is a little wider.
Safety, right.
Yes.
Is there street parking on Broadway at this
No,
location?
it isn't.
All right, so by going wider with your curb cut, you're not taking away any street level parking
I'm not.
spaces. And you don't want street level parking here, right?
No,
And your retail users wouldn't want street level parking.
correct.
Okay. Is there street level parking at Campbell at all?
No,
Okay, all right. So you're not taking away any parking on street. You decided to go a little wider for safety reasons.
correct.
If required, you would be able to drop the width at Campbell to 24 feet.
Correct.
You could do it, all right. I mentioned before variances, there are some parking spaces that are located within a 30-foot setback
Yes.
along both Broadway and Campbell. Can you explain why it's necessary to do that?
Really because to give additional parking and also it's just a better, lends itself for a better design.
All right. As you designed it, do you feel that where these, looks like 3 parking spaces are located might cause a problem with vehicles coming in or leaving the parking lot?
It doesn't, this is not a heavy traffic property.
Right.
You have 8 apartments. So a lot of residential, but most of the traffic will be residential. So for the commercial, I've consulted a traffic engineer.
Right.
Regarding this, and the number of trips generated from the site is nothing out of the ordinary.
All right. So you don't believe that the placement of parking spaces in those 3 areas will cause any particular harm or impact?
Will not be detrimental.
All right, now, let's talk about plantings. First, can you identify that area to the eastern side, which we call the buffer area? Tell us about it.
This is a 30-foot buffer zone, with planting exactly what the code requires us to provide. And on top of that, we also added the wooden fence, right, for better separation. Along Broadway, there is existing mature shade master trees, which
Right.
we call honey locust.
Right?
We are keeping them.
In fact, the Shade Tree Commission recommended that you keep them.
Yes, yes,
And you decided to keep them.
yes.
What else have you added along?
Along here, we're gonna add mostly like evergreens and evergreens here. To and the honey locust can also be extended off to Hampton.
Right, well, I mean, don't you think we should plan to extend the Muscana?
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It looks like you're also adding quite a bit more landscaping along Broadway. Can you describe this thing?
Yes, there is an existing.
By the way, you're aware of the code and its requirement for landscape design on Broadway.
On Broadway, yes.
You meet those code requirements.
Yes, we meet, yes, we meet those codes. We have, there's an existing grass area with the trees are in, then there is the sidewalk. Then we added an additional 5-foot strip of landscapes, with no shrubs and grass.
Right, and you have a detail sheet that specifically describes all of the shrubs,
All plants.
all of the trees and all of the planting.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna get to that. All right. Let's talk about the Americans with Disabilities Act. Do you call for ADA required parking stall?
Yes, we need two ADA spaces and we have provided.
Right, by the way, I should mention this, there will be a 1 unit set aside, as an affordable,
Yes,
property under the code.
within the 8 blocks, yes.
Right, okay. Getting back to ADA, you have how many ADA spaces?
2 spots.
All right, and is the building planned to be ADA compliant?
There is an elevator that accesses to the second floor for the residents. And all of the retail, they're
All ADA compliant,
ADA compliant.
right, but a residence can enter this building on surface and access an
Correct.
elevator for the second floor.
And proper curbing and curb cuts have been provided to allow for that.
All right, fully compliant with ADA.
Yes.
Oh. Any sign planned for the building other than a directional sign?
No, just retail.
One of those, yeah. let me
That's a
clarify.
different story, yeah.
Other than the
No, there
retail.
there is no signage for the building.
All right, no, like, other than 126 perhaps?
Just on the
All right, so other than a directional sign, no other signage?
No other
required.
sign.
The individual retailers will have to make application to the town for a sign permit for their individual use.
Yes.
You're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about that deck lounge that I mentioned before, because I'd like you to highlight more, going back to A5 in the upper right. Describe that for me, what's gonna be up there, we should have access to it,
That is, it should be a residential,
Yes, great.
roof terrace,
not open to the public, right?
not open to the public.
Okay,
Some landscaping and, the paved area and maybe a gas barbecue.
Okay. so gas barbecue, when you say paved area, what do you mean paved?
So people can walk on and.
All right, but it looks like you've got trees up there, little landscapes.
Some shrubs and trees, yes, some planting up there.
Okay, you're not gonna host any type of concerts, music, anything like that up
No,
there?
this is strictly for the residents.
Okay, and I can access that if I live in one of the bulk units on the 3rd floor?
You have doors that will take you out there,
Right.
and if you're in your front units, you can walk up the stairs.
So every one of the residents of this property has
Has access. Yes.
About how big is it? Approximately?
I wanna say like 4,000 or 5,000 square.
Square feet, pretty much matches the retail below, size of the retail below.
The placement is a little offset, but yes.
I'm sorry, what were the dimensions again? 12 by 4 to 5,000.
We said around 5,000 square feet, and I said matches the retail below.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought you said 12 by something.
No, I think bigger than that. Good, second off. Now we're going to show you a plan marked as S3 entitled Grading and Site Drainage. First, I'd like to ask you, what is the current relative topography of the lot as it currently exists?
Existing topography, well, this only shows the.
Yeah, I need to see existence. How about exactly what we- Just get the topo, survey, yes. All right, I'd like to direct your attention to sheet TS-1 entitled Topographical Survey, and you can generally comment on the existing topography and existing stormwater drainage for the site.
Yes.
By the way, just confirm, this is the existing survey of the property,
Existing.
and it shows topography as well.
Correct.
All right, tell me in what direction and how does the water currently travel on this property?
Property does not have any existing storm handling system.
Right.
Property slopes of quite severely. from here all the way to the front.
In the westerly direction.
And goes toward Broadway, your catch basins, a few feet away from this corner. And there are catch basins on the opposite side.
So the catch basins are southerly of your lot line on Broadway and some on the other side, correct?
Yes,
Okay, now if you go to the other sheet, I'd like you to tell the board what changes are going to be made to the topography and what drainage improvements you are making to the site.
Mr. Mullen, just hang on 1 second. We're not finding S3 in our packet.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else on the dais has got it.
No.
Third sheet, S3.
No S3.
Who's from?
That's two.
Oh,
EL1.
All right, I have an S1, I have an S2, which is the topography,
EL1.
and then an S3. We don't have an S3.
Okay.
Grading and site drainage.
Anthony,
I have it.
you have.
That's the person who have it, any of us were
Well,
going.
if it went to him, how?
Anyone else have it?
No, I don't know why it's not, but I am happy that you guys did.
I submitted all to you, so I don't know how he got it and.
No, me either, but that's.
The engineer's good person to have.
What would you like me to do?
I got a post grade plan, PPP1.
No, it's S3 is the one that shows rather extensive.
Well, you're
drainage.
lucky, I referred to all the drainage to the engineer.
Good.
All right, Anthony, it's on you.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna have him testify slowly to it and show it to you. S3 is the proposed plan to capture water on site.
yes,
What I'd like you to do is slowly indicate the drainage system that you are installing. I'm gonna back away from
yes,
this.
we have, 10-foot drains, catch basin, 10 pp. But what I have soils before that shows the water can percolate.
I have it, yeah.
This is from the roof of the building. And the overflow from that goes to.
But I'll just, I didn't catch you there. You said from the roof of the building.
Yes.
So you're saying there are leaders from the building that are bringing the water to these catch basins.
Correct.
And you measure these catch basins to make sure that based upon the size of the roof, it is an adequate.
100%.
Excellent, okay. And then what is the water?
Then we provided additional units with open grate on top.
When you say units, what do you refer to?
Additional rings with gravel.
Okay,
To catch the stormwater collection on site, right? So basically, there is a group of them, there is a group of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 rings that collect all the stormwater from the roof and from the from the parking lot. And there is a small overflow that goes through the to the existing, okay, this is the existing catch basin.
the one you referred to before?
Correct.
Just south of your property?
Correct. If we extended this line about 30 feet to put a manhole and extended an overflow to that manhole.
So you will be installing an extension to the stormwater system to a manhole in front of your property?
Yes,
And that is where the stormwater from your parking lot and the roof leaders will tie in?
yes.
Did you do a study or conduct an analysis
Yes,
of that
we did.
stormwater? Like to mark a stormwater management report prepared by Martin Malik Consulting Engineers dated March 4, 2025, which, do we have this, Clarice, in the file?
Anthony, you have the stormwater.
You have the stormwater management.
Yes.
Fourth?
Yes.
I don't think we have.
You don't have the
It
stormwater?
wasn't, that wasn't in.
I'd like to at least mark it, but I know you're a kind of an odd, we did have Mr. Malik did do a report. Based upon the size of the parking lot, size of the roof, of the amount of water that's going to be going into these catch basins, whether the. Storm system existing in Broadway is sufficient size to handle it. I'd also defer to maybe Mr. Corus and let you comment at this point on it, if there's any interaction or anything we need to. I know this is different, but they don't have this report and they don't have the plan, you know.
I mean, I think yeah, we provided some comments in our report. Yeah, we had some, questions and some additional, I guess, I's to dot and T's to cross. I think the connection in Broadway, that's gonna be subject to Bergen County review.
Of course it will.
So that'll be,
And it sounds like that's just an overflow, so that the existing catch basin system that he's got on site is to retain water.
I think, yeah, we asked for additional, post basin routing calculations just to confirm what that flow is, but the county's gonna ask for that anyway, so. In their, I guess, in their response to us, they'll need to address that and also provide that information to Bergen County, but to your point. Most of the water should be stored in those seepage pits that are on their property. That's
Right.
that's the design.
That's the design of the system, and
Correct.
the idea of the overflow is just so that it doesn't flood out and it ties into the storm system.
Correct. The only question, I guess, just to put it on the record, it's not a major development project, correct? That the overall disturbance is less than 1 acre?
Yes, it is.
And the increase in impervious is,
It's actually,
Reducing.
it's a lot more, we're going down on the impervious.
so it's a reduction?
It's a reduction.
And then I guess the other piece that the ordinance looks at is motor vehicle surface. You know, you're adding roof and you're reducing motor vehicle surface, correct? So theoretically, the water from the roof is cleaner than the water from the prior parking area and gas station lines,
Yes.
so.
Certainly clearer than a gas station.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely, and I guess the key is that it's not a major development as far as the ordinance is concerned. They still have to meet their stormwater management requirements for the non-major development, which yeah, they're proposing the pits as well as the that overflow connection. And then you saw the comments in the report about the soil testing. Obviously, that needs to get done.
We have.
So
We did the soil testing, but we were gonna give that to you at a later time, but it's been done.
okay,
Mhm.
yes, so those, I mean, those were our questions.
What would you like me to do? You know, I know it's, you don't have it in front of you, and I'll defer to whatever you want me to do.
How lengthy is that stormwater report?
How lengthy is it?
Yeah.
6 pages.
All right, so we'll make a copy of it, and that, I think you're up to, what, A7?
All right, A7. Give this to Clarice, thank you. And Clarice, you want S3? Do you have the ability to copy this size?
I can make a copy of that.
Yeah, let me give it to you because this really goes together with it. No idea why nobody got it.
Yeah, that wasn't in the list when it came from your office in February.
No, I got 2 versions, so one
Subsequent.
downsized version, and then the full-size version, neither one of them had that. So reasons.
All right. Okay, now on the, well, I'm gonna put that aside. You get S4. please.
Don't discuss the others.
S4?
S4?
Yeah,
I have an
need to-
S4.
No,
No, we have an S1 and S2.
I don't want to proceed if, I don't know what happened. I don't know what
What
happened.
is it?
You have a landscape plan.
You have a landscape?
Yeah.
You have a landscape plan. This is a,
L
this,
plan.
this is entitled Utilities and Truck Access Plan.
That, yeah.
It actually just shows the template of a garbage truck to get in and out.
Vehicle access.
Yeah,
I think the engineer testified already.
he did, he did.
Yeah, go.
Okay.
Get that?
Yeah, that was in their resubmission, because the initial.
They
Well,
re-
it must be that you got the resubmission and maybe you didn't get copies of yours.
No, I definitely, we would send any resubmission to the board. Yeah, we never send anything direct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't get anything directly.
Okay.
So
But you said you do have this.
I have it, yeah, it was
And you've reviewed it.
correct.
So
Correct.
we can-
do you have detail sheets, S5?
No,
I'll tell you that.
Wow, you have a really,
That's the topic too.
and lighting plan, EL1,
Yes.
excellent. Can you go to the? These were all bound, I don't know how,
I don't have,
you don't have the EL1 either?
I have a,
Okay, EL one is the one that's been come through.
But they came separately then. No, is that what happened?
No, these are packets.
This is EL one.
No, I know, but the ones that we're missing, is that? because it was-
You want me to mark, well, I just. It was, I don't think it was part of the resubmission, I don't think it was, I think it
We're
was.
trying to figure out, Ellie, why there's a discrepancy and so.
I'm gonna resubmit the entire drawing.
The package that I'm looking at, its revision date was 2/7/25.
You don't have the resubmission then. Resubmission was done after Negley Engineer wrote us initial letter, we then responded with a resubmission compliant.
That's this one. Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
But,
And then we have.
but it.
This is the same. I'm not saying that we can't continue, I'm trying to understand how,
All right,
right? Anthony doesn't get the document directly from him, Anthony gets it from us.
right.
Get them, yeah.
We submit everything here.
And
17
you
copies.
submit 15 copies.
15, whatever, yeah. And then Clarice sends it to the planner, to the engineer, to everybody else, yeah.
And Mr. Trost, your version?
This plan set I have right here does not have it. That doesn't mean.
The stamp revision on the front of that set is February 7th as well? On the cover page.
You guys don't have.
February 7th, 2025.
That's the original set,
And this is the pack you bought.
yeah.
What-
Yeah, you have the lighting because that was the original plan, yes.
EL one.
All right. Mr. Malik, referring to the EL one, can you identify what that is, please? This is the sudden lighting.
No.
All right. Tell us, what lights do you plan to install at the development?
Along, the parking lot, there's a total of, 6 100-watt LED. Luminaires mounted out there, with 12 feet height,
Right? Shielded,
shielded,
right?
They call them street boxes.
Right?
And there's, 6 light fixtures along the rear and the side of the building. At the 10 feet height, these are 27.
Right. Of course, there's lighting above the entrance to the rear.
Yes.
Okay. What are the small numbers that appear on EL-1? What do they signify?
Those numbers,
Yes,
that's the lighting level, the lumens that are generated by the.
all right, so you have the ability to calculate based upon this lighting.
Yes,
The level of lighting throughout the entire parking lot and the area in the back.
yes, the average is 3.34 foot candles,
Right,
maximum 8 foot candles,
right.
minimum 0.1. And
Well, you've got a lot of 0, so that would be the ones that are very small are
on
the landscape area adjacent to the residential.
Yes.
So the area that you are landscaping with a 30-foot buffer, that is the area that is dark.
correct.
Okay. The area that is light is the area where vehicles will travel. Are there hours that these lights will remain on or go off?
Dusk to dawn,
Dusk to dawn.
yes.
So they'll be on all night?
If you're home.
Okay. Do they have the ability to be lowered in intensity if the town requires
Yes,
it?
yes,
All right. But otherwise, they will remain on all night.
yes.
What about the front area of the retail? How is that, are there gonna be streetlights along Broadway at that location?
I haven't shown anything on this because this was the side lighting, but yes, at every entrance there are lights.
What plan shows the lighting along
I'm
Broadway?
not sure if any of these plans show the lighting.
We have a lighting ordinance.
Yes.
So I would
Yes.
assume that it'll be in line.
He's about ready to tell you this was drafted exactly per the ordinance. He went through the complete ordinance and made sure
Are
everything
you
was there.
referring to the street lighting?
The street lighting.
So
And now I'm just looking at the street lighting.
So I think, yeah,
Every 90 feet.
the borough has,
There are existing lights. I just want to make sure he's not doing anything to the front
Because it
where the
lighting
entrance to the
standard.
retail stores are located.
well, I guess what they're looking for, I think, is the street lighting to match the street
order.
lighting that's
Yes.
being installed at 188
The
and throughout the
decorative
Broadway
Yes.
corridor.
90 foot on center.
Correct. And we have-
Specific, like you chosen.
And there's a light that's been chosen, we can supply your engineer with the details and. It's a PSC&G fixture, it's a decorative.
Yeah, you have to
dec-
fill out that orange form. You have to sign it, I think, and then we submit it to PC&G and we get the license.
I think just as testimony is gonna comply with the Broadway corridor
All
order,
right.
should
Yeah.
cover that, which is.
Now, you're aware that there's an ordinance that specifically not only landscaping, but design street lighting along Broadway.
Yes,
And
it's an entire streetscape ordinance, is my understanding.
Yeah.
Sidewalk, grass,
You're
lighting,
trying.
trees,
Absolutely.
Pa-
All right.
Pavers.
pavers.
Pavers as well.
Sanders, yes.
Pavers, landscaping, everything.
No, I think
You reviewed this.
In lieu of the
Yes,
grass.
You agree to install exactly
Grass,
this part?
Yes, I have.
Okay,
So,
including the lamps which are
Yes.
specifically prescribed, they have a certain nice look to them.
Yes,
Okay, you're familiar with them?
yes.
Okay. Do we have L1, the landscaping?
Do we have?
Yes,
an
we do
L1?
have L1.
Wait,
Excellent. Can you go to L1?
Bingo.
Yeah.
Mr. Mallett, you have in front of you sheet L1, describe to us what that is.
The landscape.
All right, starting in the upper left
Quiet,
corner,
we need to hear the witness.
can you, starting in the upper left corner, can you go around and just identify exactly what is shown?
These are the evergreen trees that are prescribed per the code.
It's not
For
just
the
trees.
farm, so,
Yeah, what else is in there other than
the wooden fence.
and what else? There's some shrubs in there?
There's some shrubs in there and there's grass.
Right, and the detail and grass, okay, grass, the trees, that's shown in this detail on the left, and the shrubs shown third from the left.
Yes,
Okay, good. Now bring it down to the west, southwest corner. What's at that location? Southwest, at that location. What are you planting there?
uh, another one of those honey locusts,
Right,
and shrubbery around the tree.
all right, and it looks like kind of a large tree, is that the evergreen?
Yes,
Okay. Now go along Broadway, describe exactly the shrubs and trees and other landscaping details that you have for Broadway.
this is the section of grass with some low shrubs in it. And these are the honey locusts along the.
They're existing, right?
They're existing,
Yes,
and just clean it up and make sure that.
and the sidewalk there is gonna be the pavers,
The
the sidewalk
sidewalk
installed
installed.
pursuant to the code.
Yes.
Right. There's some little indications, see the line, what is that signify?
This line?
Yeah, you see it's,
Oh, that's,
gas,
no, that's just the water main.
water,
B is designation for the bush that's being installed.
so it's gonna be irrigated?
Yes,
Okay, so, great, so the landscaping on Broadway, you're also planning on irrigation,
yes.
very good. All right, now what's going up on Campbell?
A patch of grass with 2 evergreens and some strawberries around.
All right. Will the grass extend along the end corner of the parking lot?
Yes,
Okay, so it's white on this plan, but everywhere where I see in that area adjacent to the residential.
this
property,
area will be grass.
Grass, okay, in addition to the fence.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. I want to direct your attention to the plan, so if you go to A1, please.
First floor.
Thank you. All right, now like I have before you plan sheet A-1, you describe to the board what is shown on A-1.
This shows the first floor of the building. We have 2 stair towers for the residential. Elevator access for the residential lobby with the corridor and 3 retail spaces.
So these are the three retail uses. All right. And entrances to these retail uses will be on the front, except for that accessory area to the rear. All right, so that area is attached to the,
Via access.
right, the lower right retail.
Yes.
All right, there are bathrooms at each retail store,
Of course, yes.
and just to read it off, retail store number one is 1,320 square feet.
Yes,
Number two is 2,000 square feet, number
Yes.
three is 1,635 square feet.
yes.
All right, there's also another entrance directly into that retail store from the parking lot as well. Do you see that?
Yes, that's really optional, it's for access, ease of access for the customer, for the shopper.
Right.
And also it can be used as a second means of vehicle.
Right, and the upper left is the meter room, utilities.
Yes,
Okay. And so there's two stairwells, one along Campbell and one in the back parking lot.
yes,
Stairwells for the residential users.
yes,
And that will bring you right up to the second floor.
yes.
It doesn't bring you to the third floor, just the
No.
second floor.
Well, this one continues to go to the roof.
Oh, it does, I see. So if I live in the first floor, I would access the roof through that stairwell.
Like nobody lives on the first floor, but if you live on the second floor.
First
yes,
residential. floor,
Yes,
I missed the second.
yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. If you go to sheet A2, Mr. Malik?
The moment, I just got a quick question. The accessory retail office, is that going to be part of
Yes.
one of the retailers?
Yes,
Or is that-
there's only three retailers. That is accessory to the last retail on the right.
Okay,
It's not a fourth retail use, it's a part of the third.
I thought maybe it was like an office for the building or something like that.
I thought so too when I first looked at it,
Right.
but it's however the retailer wants to use it. It might very well be an office, because it is a doorway that separates it. All right, sheet A2, Mr. Malik, can you describe to the board what this is?
This is the second floor plans.
Second floor, just so we know, the first floor for the residential.
First floor for the
Second floor.
All right.
Describe the units as shown out.
Here's unit one. Okay, unit one is a duplex, 2-bedroom. It has its own built-in internal staircase.
Which brings you to the third.
floor.
Yeah.
Unit two, similar, 2-bedroom with a duplex.
Yeah, all of the units in the back have access, so they're all through it.
We have a 1-bedroom, in the corner of Campbell and Broadway.
This is.
Another 1-bedroom.
Unit
unit number 7. And another 1-bedroom, unit number 6. And this is the
big
2-bedroom,
yeah.
unit number 5.
Okay. All right, and it shows balconies.
The front apartments, 3 of them have balconies.
Yeah, but what is this for the apartment on the right? Is that a
That's
balcony?
about.
Okay, so it's 4 balconies, because obviously this whole faces the.
Right, yes.
All right, still hallway down the middle.
Single,
All right, where is the mechanicals going? The air conditioning is all going on the roof?
condensing units on the roof,
Condensing on the
heat
roof.
pumps inside.
Oh, all right. How are the units to be heated?
Electric, heat.
Okay, so heat pump. Okay, good. All right, very efficient. People are building heat
Yes.
pumps now. Okay, good. All right.
Just a question on that, the condensers, when you said on the roof, there's 2 roofs here, right? The second floor roof or the third floor roof?
Most likely on the second floor.
Okay.
All right, if you go to sheet A3. All right. It's now sheet A3 entitled Loft and Roof Plan. Can you tell the board what is shown on this plan?
There are 4 units, which are part of the 4 duplex apartments on the second floor.
All right.
Bedroom, family room, stair that takes you downstairs to the second floor, and access to the bedroom.
All right, so those openings would allow somebody to leave this top floor to get onto the roof over the second floor.
Yes.
All right, let me just correct something. I asked before about a stairwell that would bring you to the roof, and I think you were pointing to the right
I
side.
mean, it's on this side.
Left side.
on the.
All right, so this generally are the units that if I'm seated up there, I will have a lake view from these rooftop units.
Yes,
And so you've maximized the beauty of all of the residential.
yes.
Okay, good, thank you. Quickly, if you could go, well. If you go to A41 and A42, so they can see the elevations. And I'll hold up manual in 5. Nobody have problems on.
What's that?
Oh, A5 shows the intended finishes of the building, right? Yes. So what's on A41? Is it elevation along Broadway and elevation along Town? All right. You go to the next sheet, describe the sheet number and what it is. By the way, how high is the building, just confirm?
35 feet, 5 inches.
Excellent, thank you.
This is the two side of it, rear elevation and side of it.
All right. And confirm. Okay, thank you. All right, and so these are basically your renderings of them, but the colored renderings shown on A5 is the actual intended finish.
That's the color scheme.
Yes, I noticed you're using glass railings for the
For the roof rack.
yeah,
The glass and steel combination.
okay, all right, it's more decorative?
Yes.
Just take a few minutes here, Mr. Chairman. You've done calculations on sanitary sewer demand for the property?
Yes.
The existing line, existing capacity is adequate. There is a comment in Negley Engineers report about the requirement to TV a line if necessary to see if it,
Yes.
and you agree to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Water, sewer, gas connections are all will be provided?
Yes.
All right, you'll work with Park Ridge Water for the water, BSC&G for the gas connection, and you comply with all the local code requirements on how to do that. Obviously, you'll be knocking down the building, that will require a demolition permit.
Yes.
You'll comply with the code on that.
Yes.
Specifically, paragraph 4.9 of Negley Engineering's report, I just want to draw your attention to it.
This revised?
Yeah, this one, yeah, the televised line, I'll read it. The existing sanitary sewer immediately downstream of the proposed lateral connection shall be televised to ensure that the sewer adequately conveys flow from the project and is in satisfactory working order with copies of the video inspection provided to the borough and this office, Negley, for review. You are in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay. Paragraph 410, sanitary sewer connections will be coordinated with the borough of Woodcliff Lake. You are in agreement?
Yes.
Water demand calculations will be provided. You are in agreement?
But you've already provided, I think.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. You do have to remove some trees from the site. You know how many?
This is about 20 trees in the back.
All right, those are trees that will be removed, but replaced with the required 30-foot buffer.
Absolutely.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Got a question on the height. I know that our ordinance is a little bit different than some other municipalities. Anthony, check the height based on the existing grade.
Yes, I think it's from grade plane. So,
And I know you mentioned that it does slope, but I think that I think most of that lot is flat. From what I remember, but I don't know what the existing is.
There's actually quite a.
Towards the back of the property only though, right? Or
Yes, it slopes from the rear to the.
do we have a like height on here or?
Yes, yeah, it was, yeah.
You know what exhibit that is or no?
Yep.
Oh, that's it. It's the new one.
But it's also a double plan.
No?
It's a double on the old one too.
You said that's further.
T5 dash. Don't have it?
Hang on. TS1?
TS1. You have it? Yes.
The 110 and the 108 and the 106 in there.
How did you measure the height?
How we building?
Yes.
Just ballparking it, 12 feet for the first floor. 18 inches of construction, 9 feet for the second floor, 18 inches of construction, and another 9 feet.
But what?
Oh,
existing-
what do you
existing
mean,
grade-
what do you mean? Like, I guess the middle of the property.
But the real question is.
Yeah, you don't
are
have a photo, right?
Yes, you're taking it from finished floor.
Adding where the building is going.
I mean, I don't remember.
How much they remove?
Word for word, but it had something to do with the existing grading versus what the new grading is, and there's some sort of an average that they take, right?
The existing average grade or the proposed average grade.
Okay, so it just based off of either or. So he's taking the proposed grade, it's not, doesn't have anything to do with the previous grade?
Just, I think so, A 4.1, that's taking the height from the finished floor elevation,
Right,
which
but
is.
he's removing soil. Problem you get into is when you add soil, the code requires that you use the original grade as you're starting from the height.
Okay.
We're not doing that, we're removing soil. So the building is actually,
Sitting lower.
right. Yeah, the problem is when you add soil, builders come in, they add a lot of soil, and then they build their 30-foot high
Right.
building, but now it's like 36, 37 feet because they added 6 feet of sill.
Yeah, but for the measuring of the height, you do it from average existing grade. To determine the height for the ordinance.
Yes.
I'm not sure that's what the ordinance says, it's the finished grade. There's a formula that you use, finished grade and starting grade.
That was my question,
Anthony, can you make-
and did he use the formula based on those numbers? Because if not, then it would change. I'm gonna defer to the engineer to do the math, I'm not doing the math on it.
I'm not.
Yeah, have you done that calculation or no?
Not exactly, but the property from the rear to the front slopes 8 feet.
Right,
That's substantial.
right.
Yeah, but they want to know the.
How many feet? 8 feet.
Yeah, but what did you use as a measuring point? You said that.
Well,
middle-
literally where we are, in the front, minus maybe a foot.
So you're taking away a foot of soil where the building is gonna go,
Correct,
and you're flattening it out.
yes.
All right, but we have to comply with the height. I mean, I have no problem submitting height calculations to your engineer. We have to comply with the height, no doubt about it, you know.
Can't take a few inches off the building when you're done, that's why I'm asking.
He might be able to based upon what he just went through, you know, he's got a 10-foot ceiling, so.
You don't want.
You'll wanna find that out later.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
Okay.
what can I make a recommendation that you submit your calculations or how you measure the height
Under the code.
to Negley Engineering and Negley Engineering will review it.
Well,
Okay. It just, we need to have how you calculated the height.
And the mechanicals, just to confirm, we're on the second floor where the deck is,
second floor roof,
the
yes.
patio area.
Yes.
Where they are on that patio, just out of curiosity?
The only place that we go is on
I'm
the
assuming they're on the
Campbell
north,
side.
which side?
Campbell,
Campbell. It shows where the compressors are. I don't see in the drawings, but do you know where they're going that you could just?
yes, on the second floor along Campbell Avenue. I cannot find my roof plan either. Okay, in this general vicinity.
Okay, is there any generator spec for the building or no?
Not on this,
You have an elevator,
1 story residential, you don't need to back it up.
yeah, I think it's only, if it's more than three. I don't know, Anthony, that's your department, right? Elevator,
That would
generator not needed?
I think it's there at their discretion.
Okay.
I mean, I would
I'm just trying to think of things that are gonna make noise on top of the building.
Sure.
The compressors are gonna be in the front. Hidden almost by another story
Yes.
from the residents behind you, right? You have
And
no
it'll-
you have no
it'll be-
generator going on the building,
I'm sorry?
you have no generator going on the
No
roof.
generators planned.
Thanks. What do you guys have, any other questions? Go ahead, fire away.
Wait, are you done, Mr. Marlowe?
Thank you.
I have a question about the parking, actually, to bring us back to the police report. So I know that it's 9 by 18 and they recommended 9.5. Somebody who is better at math than I am, which is probably everyone here. If we did the parking spaces as 9.5 by 18, how many parking spaces would they lose?
Probably two. I guess.
I say 3, but I urge you to consider, because if you start doing that for every development in town,
We,
I think there needs to be a basis for that.
Well, each
I-
application is seen on its own.
Yeah.
Principle, and you are actually over parked on this site, so
Right.
if you needed to have the extra half a foot spot that the police recommended, you actually could comply still.
I do believe that that is something that we are looking to do to make sure, because there have been some issues in parking areas recently in developments in Montvale.
Right.
Where the parking spaces are too small, there have been an increase in, you know, little fender
People that
benders.
drive
Some-
large cars.
Some small moms drive very large cars, present company included.
If we,
And-
if we had a 24-foot aisle width, we have a 30-foot aisle width, which is a pretty good size aisle width, so, but I think if we could comply with the ordinance and
You
it's
would
something.
lose
that the
one
board
spot
wanted,
along
we
the
would do it.
rear if you made the rear all 9.5.
Well, actually, the spots under the building are 10 foot.
Okay,
Those, right,
Yeah,
those
those
are
are-
larger, probably
those
based
are
on the
large.
columns, because you
Right.
can't stick one in the
Exactly.
column.
Right.
The ones in the back on the east side, there are 18 of them. So if you took a half a foot on each of them, you would lose one.
We will do that so long as we still comply with the parking.
yes, so I believe if we lost a few spaces, so you said you're
It's not a few, you would lose one.
well, it looks like you guys are at 47 and you would need 42 to comply. So if you did the 9.5 parking spaces, you would still be in compliance with the number of parking
would.
spaces you need.
We will do that if that's something the board wants us to do, we'll do it. So-
Mr. Chairman,
I think it's nice.
adding to the councilwoman's comments on parking, if you look at the southwestern parking spot, which is really right in the entrance, you've barely got 20 feet at the bottom of the page.
Yeah.
That spot, no, that spot right there.
Yeah.
That's a dangerous spot. You got somebody pulling it out of pulling into the parking lot from Broadway into that, and that car's backing out, you got an.
Are we
accident.
talking about the one
The first one.
on the south side or on?
So if you remove that, all those spaces down the line could be expanded.
I
As to
think
the council,
that one is actually in compliance though, isn't it?
Hey. They're all,
that's not a good spot.
Yeah.
That one is
That's a good
actually in
idea.
compliance.
they're
though,
all.
isn't it?
Put the parking wherever you want. One of the luxuries of being open park.
Yes.
The
so-
truth, you see what I'm saying? No, that one's actually within the 30-foot setback. It's the other side that's
Yeah, these.
Encroaching.
I
Don't-
understand
Yeah, these
that,
are
but
the-
that
just the
one, in my
dangerous ones.
opinion.
that's
It's
a
a
danger.
That's a danger spot, so if we
Alright.
were, yeah. Cause you can't really see, so, cause of the curve here, so if someone's pulling in.
We'll be happy to
it'd
get
tricky,
rid of
so, yeah.
Yeah, unusual that you're looking to get rid
Very
of.
rarely am I arguing that you go to parking. Usually it's the other way.
If you have more parking spaces than necessary, these are not bad recommendations, they're not things.
By the way, if you recall, Mr. Malik testified that the residential spaces are gonna be to the rear. He did say that. And I think that makes sense to be the residential.
Yes, definitely.
The other point, in my opinion, and maybe I'm old school. Commercial development should have the 10-foot wide spaces. Because you tend to have packages, you tend to have other things with you that. You swing doors open and I hate when I come back to my car and it's got red mark from the car that was there before.
Yeah, my wife left a lot of blue marks.
Yeah. So in defense of the police department's request, that typically bodes well in commercial uses, not necessarily residential. And this is a mixed use development.
Well, the whole free parking spots are now 9 feet. They used to be 8 feet.
Yes, and that was a big
That was a
problem.
disaster.
And
That
it's
was-
still, it's
works.
still a little tight, you know, the Wegmans parking lot. We're really trying as we're looking at developments to make our parking situation
Wegmans is.
nice for larger cars
Sure.
and
But at
little
the same
moms.
time, we don't, we don't want to restrict it. Sometimes a blend of compact parking and, SUV parking could work. But it complies.
All right, can you give me a summary as to what you are suggesting, agreeing to in terms of the parking spaces?
I think the
We are in agreement to change the width. Except for the spaces that are 10 feet wide.
Yes.
Under there, we are in agreement of changing the width of all other parking spaces to 9.5 feet wide.
Thank you.
With the understanding that we all believe, but we will calculate it, that we will still comply with the parking requirement. And with the further proviso on the recommendation of the planner, that if there is one spot, we will lose the one that I marked with X. And probably if we have a second one, we'll definitely remove one of the non-conforming parking spaces. And they'll all be wider.
Thank you.
I have one quick question about the handicap spots. Is there, I'm sorry, I did not look, but isn't there a requirement from the entrance of the building for the handicap spots? And then you also have residential, so shouldn't there be one for the residential and one set up for the? I apologize, I didn't dig in a little.
Well, the 2 handicap spots are provided right here,
Right.
which is right at the entrance to the residential. And also there is the 5-foot walk.
Isn't there a requirement though for the distance for the?
Closest to the door.
Closest to the door of the retail,
This is right by the door to be.
for the retail, for the one store,
One, yes.
but for the other ones
Well, the others enter on Broadway.
on Broadway.
So you really, it's hard to, you could put it here, but then you really should put them together.
And they're sharing,
Put together because of the space for the rents.
Yes,
right, they're sharing the van accessibility.
Right.
That's
Right.
right.
I'm just curious for the residential spot and then compared to the retail spot in front. Because now your distance from the retail spot is quite a distance to get to an open walk.
Right, see, how far is that? That's not, well, how far is it from this
There,
ADA
the
spot
first door.
to
keep
the
going over.
front door of this retail? How far is that?
That's 2.
That's 45 feet. 55, 60 feet.
And then the first entrance of the,
It's street retail.
it's street retail.
One thing, rest assured, your construction official will typically check that out and he may force them to move that. To what you're talking.
The other reason why is because the size of the space is under the parking, the coverage with the columns. You can get a handicap spot under the parking. With the covered parking, you can also get one on the other side. So if you modify your space, you can have one for the, residential.
I mean, I'm not the engineer, but I think the van accessibility, I think is the problem.
Yeah.
I think they're sharing the van
You want the two
accessibility.
together, that's the concept.
Any other questions for the engineer?
Oh, I have one more. On the plan, which is, do you know which unit will be designated as the affordable unit?
You know
Not-
now which one?
I don't know yet.
Okay, but whatever one is
We're
designated.
gonna touch on that in a second.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I just want to make sure that.
Actually, I mean, I'll give an introduction to it. I think the requirements are more than one affordable unit. We're gonna have some testimony on it.
It's one in percentage. And my thought was to make a payment to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund reflective of the percentage unit. It's usually what you do.
Unfortunately, the law that was passed.
Yes, I read it and I don't read it that way. It says you can't do the contribution agreement. You had 5 units in the building. You'd say, town, I want these 5 units to be built somewhere else and I'm gonna make a contribution to your Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I don't think it applies to a payment on a partial unit.
So
less.
Wendy couldn't be here today, but we did ask her, just to
Right.
kind of clarify this.
Right,
And we were told, not only do you need two, but even the types that they have to be.
Yep.
One has to be a 3 and one has to be a 2-bedroom, if I'm not mistaken.
We don't have any three bedrooms. Yeah,
I'm just telling you.
You
what
have
the
to
law
make
says.
one.
Josh Bowers wants a 3-bedroom. I'm not, I'm still, I understand what you're saying. I'm willing, we'll have negotiations with the town on that.
I don't think it's up to the town to have the negotiations, is my point. Certainly not up to me, but go ahead.
I'm David Trost. I'm a licensed professional planner in the state of New Jersey, and unfortunately been dealing with affordable housing since 1990. There is no negotiations. There will be 1 3-bedroom. You're gonna have to reconfigure your floor plans to comply, and these are not my rules, okay?
And they're not by our choices.
And they're not by this borough's choice either.
I'm aware.
And then the 2nd bedroom, one has to be low, one has to be moderate.
We're aware of the mix.
I think probably, and this is all under an acronym called UHAC.
Yes.
And just so that everybody knows what that stands for, because I always have to look it up. Uniform Housing Affordability Controls. There's not only a state standard, but the state standards on the federal standard. So you're dealing with federal and state law. And there is no wiggle room, I hate to tell you.
We will comply whatever is.
I would love to say there was,
Mhm.
but I gotta make sure this borough complies with the
With the
unit
state,
count
Yeah,
and the bedroom mix, because if they don't, they're gonna have to make it up somewhere else and force somebody else to do it. So the object is everybody does what they have to do.
I'm
And the
aware
borough
that the
stays
town's
in it.
affordable housing element, which is just adopted, designates 2 units for this site. Technically, it's 1.4. Historically, you would make a payment reflective of the 0.4 unit, but notwithstanding, we will fully comply with you.
The state law does not allow that.
Mr. Trost, does the UHAC Uniform Housing Affordability Controls also designate the size of the 2 and the 3-bedroom?
Yes, there's size requirements for and I don't know them off the top of my head.
If we have to provide a 3, we can do it. We can do it in.
I know you can, because I looked at the floor plan.
Yeah,
Just
you
a
can do it.
matter of,
Yes, we can do it. You can do it.
I mean, the duplexes almost have one with the den, so.
Yes,
You should have the square footage.
yes,
But it's not, again, it's not by this board's choice, unfortunately.
I understand that completely.
You know, we're restricted by the
Yeah.
state as well. Any other questions? Candace, you need a little break?
Wait, I have a question.
Go ahead.
What have you done for environmental testing and have the tanks been renewed? 10 years ago?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Got it.
I should ask, how long have you owned this property?
I think 2007, around that point.
And you've done all of the necessary environmental.
Yes.
Thank you.
Gonna take recess, 5 minutes?
Sure.
If your fingers break a little bit. Hey. Shut up. There's no.
Accessory retail will become a 3-bedroom. You'll see one more unit. And be satisfied. You'll have no problem.
I know you'll have no.
You want to use 5 foot high spot with grass around it? Don't you think that whole area of the Broadway should be perennial, with shrubs, with ground, like, and other grass? Mr. Trost, I think Mr. Ryan. You got me, you kill I know. That's the only motivation I have.
That one. I don't know what that is. That's great. Hey.
Did we lose the applicant?
Is that?
No.
Oh, there he is.
You're right
Sorry, I
there.
didn't see him. Any other questions for the engineer for the board or planners?
I have questions. I'll defer to the board first. Board members have questions.
Sal, you're up.
Okay, I believe you indicated that you will comply with the police department recommendations. As well as the shade tree recommendations.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm not certain I heard about the fire department recommendations.
What was the, I could not find the sheet. I know they did submit one. Let me look. quick.
Yeah, you said mine. Oh, yeah.
NFP 13.
Of course, yes.
In pipe, yes. Fine, we'll comply with it.
Okay.
We want to mark it at WCL or is it?
I think we did more.
We did already?
CL6.
6?
Yeah. Okay, I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, on the streetscape ordinance, it talks about the materials to be used on the building, and I think one of our reports, either DMR or Neglia or both, indicated there should be some testimony concerning the materials. According to the streetscape ordinance, this styles include wood, fiber cement, clapboard, wood shingle, brick, stone, other than masonry are appropriate, but only as accents, not as primary facade material. The vinyl aluminum siding are prohibited. Roofs may include asphalt or dimensional asphalt tile, standings in metal works well and small overhangs, and similar accent masses, and is encouraged on long roof areas, as long as it does not look overly industrial in combination with the entire building design. So can you give us some testimony as to the certain materials that you're going to use for this structure?
The upper level, these are cement boards that are manufactured by hard, they call it hardy planks. They're half-inch thick 4x10 sheets of cement board painted to the color, factory painted to the color that you're looking for, and they are separated with aluminum reveals. And you about them next to each other, and you put trimmer on the windows. The lower level on the street, we currently show brick along Broadway, and all this lower level shows brick. And that's basically the separation, brick on the first floor and hardy boards, hardy planks on the upper floor.
Okay, and what is the color scheme?
Similar to what you see.
Well, all right, is that, it looks like a brownish colored brick and it looks like a tan cement.
Tan cement board, yes.
You said you're showing on the plans, I mean, that's your intention to build it?
That's the intent. Yes.
Okay, with brick, okay. And the well, the roofing material, I guess you have,
You don't see any of the roof.
right,
It's flat.
Is that like a mansard roof, the wood?
This here, yes.
Is that wood or is that a mansard roof? Like a,
No, it's not a mansard roof.
Okay.
It shows like a raised roof parapet.
what's that made of?
It looks like it's shown as wood on the third floor.
I don't know if you want to put wood up there, that's could be a maintenance issue, I would,
stick with the hardy plank?
yes.
I mean, you can get brown hardy plank.
Yeah,
Yes.
you get this, whatever design you want in
In the hardy plank, yes. So the siding will be brick and hardy plank.
break it off.
Now. And Anthony, you can weigh in on this because I'm trying to figure out how this is all going to be coordinated. And I know we've had other applications, including 240 Broadway, 188 Broadway, 240 hasn't started, 188 is well on its way. There's 230 Broadway, it's gonna come in, okay, and then, of course, here, 126 Broadway. And what our streetscape ordinance is trying to do is the beautification of Broadway and to have some coordination of materials, and that includes the lighting as well as the sidewalks. And I know your plans showed concrete sidewalks. I don't think that's the intention, but Anthony, what's going on with the interpretation and enforcement and coordination of the streetscape ordinance?
So, yeah.
You know,
He's putting pavers, I think, in the sidewalk.
right,
It's actually a combination, so
Okay.
like what the borough approved is a concrete sidewalk with a paver green belt, the area
Right.
between the curb and the sidewalk. In lieu of the narrow grass strip, it's gonna be pavers.
Okay.
The preference for the trees is actually on the applicant side of the sidewalk where you can do it so that you can get better, better growth of the trees as opposed to in that narrow area. If there's no other option, the narrow area would be considered with the tree grate.
Okay.
So there is a set of standard details, and we'd be happy to work that out with the applicant's
And
engineer.
you stated that you met with Shade Tree and they want you to keep the existing trees?
Yes.
Is that it?
Yes, because they're mature trees and he wants them to remain.
Yeah, and they want some additional of those trees on
Yes.
campus.
On campus, yeah.
Okay. All right, well, good, thank you, Anthony, that clarifies it. So the sidewalks are gonna be concrete and the pavers in between the concrete sidewalk
And the curb,
and the curb,
correct.
okay.
And the lighting will be in compliance also.
The street lighting will have to comply with the borough's standard street light, which is, it's a PSE&G decorative light pole with a Woodcliff Lake emblem in it. There's a standard that's been,
Oh, I didn't know how to look with like him. Yeah.
it's just the initials, like,
That's nice.
WCL.
Okay, all right, I just don't want to lose sight of that, and it's always helpful for me to put in the resolution, so.
Decorative
you're like
street lights
the,
will comply with the order.
You do the resolution compliance, so
Correct.
you're the guy, okay, that's out in the field and makes all the inspections, okay. All right, let me see if I have any other questions.
I would recommend that the applicant's engineer supply a separate sheet, plan sheet that has all the details, shows everything in detail for the engineer to review, so it makes his job that much easier as a condition of approval.
That would be fantastic.
Okay.
Don't let him do, don't make him do the work.
You could accomplish that?
Pertaining to the sidewalk. and-
The sidewalk and
Yes.
Broadway ordinance,
Yes,
yes.
With lighting.
lighting and paving and
All right, so you will provide the written specifications to the borough engineer for approval. Okay.
Yes. Now, the lighting is a specific model, PSE&G gives you this.
We have it.
You have- you have-
Yeah, because we're in addition to 188, we're also working on another section at the boroughs. It's a borough DOT funded project, so that project will have to match 188, which this will have to match, and everything at the end of the day should look uniform. So
Okay.
we can assist with that.
Okay, let's see, let's see. Oh. You went over the affordable housing units. Parking. It's also, this was in the DMR report on page 3, number 8. They recommended grouping shrubs along Broadway into planting beds for appearance and maintenance.
If I could comment on that, David Trost, you have about a 5-foot planting area for your own sake, and I think for the appearance of the streetscape, having row of shrubs with either flowers or some kind of perennials and eliminate the grass. You're not gonna wanna mow grass up on that sidewalk up by that commercial district. You want that, and it'll beautify, it'll make your building look really good. If you put some perennials with a backdrop of a low evergreen hedge, and even some annual flowers that really look nice.
Just to do ground cover instead of grass.
Yes.
You're okay with that? I'm okay with that.
Okay. I think your landscape will be okay with that too. Yes.
Right.
The only other thing in my report, Mr. Chairman, is along the southern border property line, there is a wall partially there, about a 2-foot wall. There's about a 5.5, 6-foot area of grass with the lighting. I think 1 or 2, I think 2 shade trees planted in that area along that parking lot. Obviously, the tree has to be planted. Where one of the parking lot, parking space striping is, so it doesn't interfere with car overhang.
You referring here?
I'll just mark it right on the exhibit. I can put one here. Here. I would put another one here. I put another one here.
What space you have here?
I don't want to scale.
I think it's 5 feet. And then
It's 5.5 feet. Yes, it is.
That should be enough room for a
Yes,
tree to grow.
Could be, yeah.
I'm sorry, maybe that's where you put your, from the last application, the, winter thorn plants that they were recommending. I just think
Yes.
you need some vegetation over there.
Yeah, to try and keep the.
Thank you, Mr. Trost. Anything else, I don't think so.
I have one other comment. I don't like having a nice building like this open to any kind of signs coming in from particular tenants. My recommendation is that the applicant submit some kind of sign plan that will specify where the sign's gonna be located on the building above the retail stores. And about what size it should be, and it should be.
And that they're uniform, so that all.
They're uniform, you don't want internally lit signs put on that building, you want gooseneck lighting, that should all be laid out for you, so you get a streetscape and a town feel that I think you guys are after.
Would we, I mean, I like the hanging sign detail, well, that looks pretty good, but will be permitted signage in the front windows of retail, right?
I don't know what the local ordinance, all I'm saying is you should have some kind of placard sign above the window of each retail. Whether it's 18 inches by 10 feet, whatever the ordinance is, I don't know off the top of my head. It should be not internally lit, it should be goose-like lighting. I don't want to see humongous logos of some brand all over the place. It should be uniform and look like a whole town.
Kind of like what they did at 62 Brook.
Which building?
62.
62.
Well. You want to address that? So I have one.
But we have the
We just need some insight on the design that you're looking for. Where to submit it.
Let's see, signs.
The ordinance is pretty clear on the signage allowed, but I think what Mr. Trost is asking for is something more detail orientated that might not be covered in the ordinance. ordinance will be like no exterior lighting, I get that, no interior lighting. And there are size limitations. But I think what he's suggesting is a little bit more, so I just need some guidance.
Yeah, I think that the
Who
idea is to
says-
try to comply with the overall Broadway corridor ordinance in its look. You know, so I think what we're not looking for is big box letter signs. Something like what he's talking about with a gooseneck that gives that more classic look.
Sal, that's something you'll describe in a resolution? I mean, you wanna tackle?
Yeah, I'm gonna look, I wanna see if there's something in the streetscape ordinance on that.
What was suggested was that the signs be uniform.
Right.
In color and size.
There's nothing in the streetscape ordinance on that? Thought there was something. Let me see.
I don't think so, because the streetscape ordinance just dealt with the street, not a building.
You
talking about
Oh.
the names of the whatever.
The
Retail
stores, right.
The-
Signage, this is in the streetscape ordinance. Retail signage type. In addition to signage permitted in the current zoning, each individual retail tenant space may have up to 4 types of signage, provided the maximum permitted dimensions of the signs individually and in aggregate meet the restrictions in the zoning code.
Right, so size is general,
So
color to some extent.
lighting, gooseneck facade lighting is encouraged
Yeah,
for site illumination as architectural accent lighting. That's in the streetscape ordinance, so. You said you'll comply with the streetscape ordinance, so that's what it says.
yeah, that's fine. What you just read is fine. It's colors and whatnot. Maybe suggestive language. I mean, I'm sure we could work that.
Okay. Will do.
Yeah, they're just looking for consistency. Try to keep a nice class look to the Broadway court.
Right, but the difference is, I think we're all in agreement on gooseneck lighting, the difference is the colors of the signs, and sounds like you're gonna wanna have. Paris Spaghetti in bright blue and whoever else.
Brands sometimes are a problem. though.
Red Mango would be red and, you know,
Yeah,
orange
that-
that would be orange. And that's not what we're looking for.
Yeah, I'm always hesitant dealing with tenants that I don't know their identities, and they have brands. I won't name the company, but many years ago in Montvale, I spent 2 meetings on a sign for a commercial company, because they were a national. Hair care design, and they had multiple colors in their brand. And the chairman had to have those colors. And Montvale said, no, we only give you 2 colors, we're not giving you 5 colors, and
Sounds like architecture.
Chairman DePinto and I spent quite a bit of time talking about it, so. I don't know. Sal and I can work it out.
Yeah, I think what we're looking for is uniformity in color. Because if you have 3 different colors, like I just said, Paris Spaghetti blue, red mango red, orange theory.
They can still letter the windows and they can add their brand to the windows, but the
That's fine.
idea, the idea of the 3 signs
If we're
on
only
top.
talking about like the
The
hanging
3
sign, whatever,
The
that's
3 signs on top, like at a
That's
strip mall where you
like
have.
62 Broadway. 62 Broadway has the same
Correct.
signage, but in the windows, they've
You
got
have to be willing
their,
to step back all the way.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
Right, yeah.
that's fine.
Right,
We can do
Exactly
that,
the concept,
we
right?
can do that easy. Yeah, the actual decorative signs out front, yeah, they can be consistent, so long as in the window, they can put their brand, you know. Okay, that's fine.
That's fine with me. That was my intent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what you were saying.
On the plans, I don't see a street sign, so there's gonna be no street sign.
They said only the number.
No, just the number.
Yes, that's what they said.
The number will be in a prominent location for emergency services.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get ambulances from other towns.
Probably the corner of the Broadway entrance, that would be my guess. Yeah. Yeah,
So there'll be like a little monument.
yes. Or on the building, usually you put it on the
I
building,
put it in a building.
Yeah. on the building is the place to put it.
And next question I have is on the no right turn onto Campbell.
We want right turns onto Campbell, we haven't said it's a no right turn. He said 11 years ago, the zoning board said no right turn, but we haven't put that in front of you here
I
tonight.
thought that's what he testified to.
No, he said 11 years ago, he would testify, and the board back then did not allow him to make right turns on Campbell.
Okay.
If that's something that you want, I understand, but I don't think.
No, I just want to clarify. it.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah, I had
appreciate that.
got a
Yeah.
question in my mind about it.
Yeah,
if
appreciate
you
that.
were proposing that,
Yeah,
okay,
no,
all right,
no.
and Nothing from the county on this?
Not yet, no,
Not yet.
it'll be an involved application.
Was there any contamination on this property?
It was all taken out, 2000.
So you got a letter from NJDEP, no further action?
Yes,
I think that should be submitted to the township.
we had,
They have it
very
already.
wells and they told us to seal it. We did.
I would just have that final document and submit it to the borough.
Anthony, they don't issue NFAs anymore. They're called something.
It's a remedial action outcome,
That's it,
RAL.
yeah.
Have they changed the terms on me?
There might have been no
It did.
further action at that time. I don't know what year this
It
happened.
used to be.
If you got the NFA, if you got the NFA letter 5 years ago, then that would be great.
If you have it.
If not, sometimes if they don't finish and they don't close out the DEP file, you may still need to go back in to close it out to get the RA.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right, so there's two things I just wanted to mention before we open the vote. We received 2 letters, which we obviously received, but we can't put them in the record. We can't read them into the record. If the residents are here, they're able to read them into the record during public comment. So we,
Motion to open to the public, question it, right, not comments.
this is for cross-examination of the witness.
A second.
Aye. If anyone from the audience would like to cross-examine the witness in regards to his testimony, there'll be a point in time where we have open comment regarding the application. This would be specifically to ask questions of the witness and his testimony. You just have to step. No worries, you can come up, you just have to step up. Just give us your name and town.
Sophia Gonzalez with Love Lake.
Sophia with an F or a PH? Okay, have to ask, so they need to know how to spell it. My daughter's an F too.
Can you give us your address, please?
10 Campbell, next door.
Okay. You have a question for the witness?
Yeah, my question is, this area is said to be for residents only, but the EV is going right here for businesses also. So doesn't that contradict?
Well, the
Residents
idea,
only.
the idea is that EV, they sit there parked for 2 hours and it's not like a quick in and out and necessitate, a lot of egress and egress. I could flip the EV on the other side. But I thought EV is the next best thing to residence parking. Sure.
Named Christine, 11 Campbell.
Christine, if you could just because there's people that are gonna want to listen to this later, so.
Fernandez. So I think you said you own the property since 2006 or 2007,
Hey,
somewhere
yeah,
around
something
there.
like that, yes.
So quite a long time, and right now it's not maintained at all. So the grasses that are there, which are really weeds, I walk through there multiple times a day, every single day, winter, spring, summer, fall. The weeds grow up to literally my knees. I'm 5'9" for reference, so that's fairly tall for weeds. In the winter, there is snow, it never gets plowed, there's black ice, it's slippery, it's extremely dangerous, there's bottles of alcohol everywhere on the ground. I don't trust that you're gonna maintain anything, you haven't maintained it up till now. Earlier, your wife said it's expensive to plow. Don't own a property you can't maintain. There's also this shrubbery that you wanna put between the neighbor that just spoke and you guys. I don't trust that you'll maintain that. You've done nothing up until this point to maintain the property. You have let it just kind of get dilapidated. So why should we believe that you're gonna do anything that you say?
And there are ordinances that make sure I do.
No, you don't.
Well,
I walk there every single day.
All right. Okay, you can't argue, but to answer your question, if this application gets approved, there will be a resolution. And that resolution will have in it conditions and requirements, including all of the stipulations that are made here today. He has to construct this building in accordance with the plans and in accordance with the resolution. And the borough engineer does resolution compliance check and makes multiple visits to the site. during the construction, we improve the process. He doesn't have construction plans yet, because he hasn't gotten approval, so he's got a number of steps to go through.
But if he owns a property, he should maintain it the same way any other residence
That's-
does.
Yeah, but you're talking about not going forward, you're talking about the
I'm
past.
talking in general, he's the owner of the property, right? And he's saying that he wants to do this wonderful landscaping, yada, yada, which all sounds great in theory. But how do I know, how do we know as residents that this will be maintained? Because
After
up
the-
to date,
after the-
nothing has happened.
After the construction?
Yeah. If up till now, in the winter, they're allowed to leave black ice on the ground, which no one else is allowed to. How do we know? How can we trust that they're gonna maintain and do what they say?
Well,
And I also live right next to the dentist's office, and I can speak from personal experience. They don't maintain that either, so they maintain the front of it, right? But where their parking lot ends and the fence of our property begins, and there's quite a few feet there. They don't do anything with that, they don't maintain that, right? So it seems like it could potentially be a trend, and yes, I have complained about that before.
To the
But
town,
nothing-
to the
yes,
town?
Correct, to the town.
Okay.
well,
Because there is a maintenance person in town that's supposed to be following up on.
Yeah,
complaints.
nothing has happened.
we haven't had to deal with it in the past, but I'm sure we have a property maintenance code, and if you have a complaint, I'm sure it will be addressed. Usually these issues are solved with a letter and they get taken care of immediately. So,
It is not.
we're not an enforcement board, but
No,
I
I
hear what
understand.
you're saying, but you can communicate with the town, and if you have, complaints about the condition of property, you can voice them, and we can check the whoever, we have a zoning officer, and, he can look into the complaints and see if there's any,
Sure, I understand that's a separate
and
issue.
I would
I'm using
imagine-
That as an example, since my property, borders a commercial property.
Right, so I would imagine after a larger investment such as this. Undertaking, that they likely will maintain it a lot better than the current condition.
So they're allowed to leave it looking like garbage up
Didn't say
until they're
that.
able to put in a business.
I didn't say they're allowed to, again.
That's what it
if-
seems like, and
they're-
that's extremely unfair to the residents.
What I said is that the resident will probably maintain it better after it's built.
Probably, so an assumption, a yes, a hope.
We can enforce it, just like the town can enforce anything.
Why hasn't it been enforced up until now?
I'm not the one that enforces it.
It's dangerous, particularly in the winter. In the summer, it's just ugly because of the weeds, but in the winter, it's dangerous.
Right, so the sidewalks definitely should be shoveled and ice-free and should be weed-free. The interior of the property doesn't need to be plowed if it's not being utilized.
That's a different story. I'm talking the sidewalks.
Yeah, sidewalks should be, and Mr. Leak, I would suggest that you certainly maintain the property.
Yeah, I do have a contract with a guy that's supposed to plow. A couple of times I've heard from the town and I called him and he went there, immediately. But I've had instances that they've missed the plow.
Can I say something? I had to call.
Wait, we'll finish with her first, okay?
And then with regards to the vet, did you speak to the vet, just off topic for the dentist? Okay, the dentist, do they even know that they own that property? Sometimes they don't know where their borders are, just.
Funny you should say, because I had to talk to the tax assessor and we were actually paying taxes on property that belonged to the dentist, that was not ours.
Yep.
So they were made aware that there was double taxation on property and that it was theirs to maintain. We had a fence put in so that it's clearly separates what is our property versus theirs.
So if it's not maintained, please put in a request with the municipality. Right, thank you. Do you have any other questions for the witness?
Call every day if you have to.
It's gotta stand up, state your name.
So my name is Craig Padover. I live at 27 Campbell Avenue. And just to follow up on what my neighbor said, I actually called Mr. Malik on the phone a few years ago because it had gotten so bad that they were using your area to, I don't know what they were doing, illicit activity. People were parking there. They were, it really got dangerous.
Okay,
So
I want to try to get through this, and I want to explain what you can do, we can't do. Right now, questions from the witness on his testimony, okay? You can make comments at the end. You could also testify. I know you submitted a letter. If you want to take an oath and testify as to some condition that's relevant to the application, you can do that as well.
Well, it has to do with the
Right now,
integrity and.
right now it's
credibility.
questions. Okay,
All right,
comments will
well-
come later.
Okay, all right, well, I could use this time, whatever, to. Read my letter into
No,
the
we'll have a
record.
moment where you could read out,
Okay.
just cross-examine the witness, any of his testimony,
Well,
they had
I
questions.
appreciate that a few years ago, after our phone conversation, that you put that barrier up. And pretty much all the shenanigans that were going on until then seem to have stopped. You know, you still didn't take care of the exterior, as was mentioned. And I appreciate that hopefully you're going to, take care of this property if it's improved. But you can understand that right now, your neighbors are not really getting, I certainly hope that you are going to follow up on everything and be a good neighbor, because we need you to be a good neighbor. And there are certain things about this project that we really are not happy with, which we'll hopefully have an opportunity to express. So we need you to be a good neighbor.
Could you state your name, address,
Yes,
and record, please?
Gwen Levine, and I lived on Campbell Avenue for 44 years. First thing I want to say is how happy we are that that property is going to be developed. That is fantastic. However, my question for you on your testimony is, why will the new building need 47 parking spaces, and these spaces will all need a waiver to be narrower than usually required? I assume that each apartment will be assigned parking spaces, but how many spaces will be needed for the retail stores? In my attempt to understand this, I counted 38 parking spaces in front of the fairly new building at 62 Broadway that are assigned to 5 retail stores. That would mean that each store there would have the equivalent of 5.4 spaces. If 126 Broadway had 3 stores on the ground level, which I think is what it's going to have, then why would, then they would only need 16 parking spaces, if it was the same as 62 Broadway. If the 8 apartments were assigned 2 parking spaces each, that would be 16 for a total of 32 parking spaces altogether. So why are 47 parking spaces being proposed in this
Well,
case?
the calculation is on the drawing, look at it, it's based on.
It's based on square footage.
Based on the square.
And
footage.
it's based on square footage, the parking calculations and bedrooms, and it came to 42 as the required parking amount. They proposed 46, I believe,
47.
47, and then they also amended and agreed to increase based on the councilwoman's comment of 9-foot spaces to 9.5 based on the police recommendation.
So what?
So they're gonna likely be eliminating 2 to 3 spots was his testimony. They're gonna have to redraw it to calculate it
So it could
exactly.
be
43 roughly, again, within compliance of 42.
All right.
And
I've
to
been-
answer your question on 126 Broadway,
You mean 62?
62 Broadway, I'm sorry. Yeah, 62 Broadway. That was a special situation. They did obtain a variance for parking. And there were also provisions in a settlement agreement for off-site parking depending upon the use of the
needs.
property. But usually, the board, I believe, likes to see adequate parking in compliance with the ordinance. And if he complies with the ordinance, the board is delighted. And
Rarely is the board asking someone to remove and reduce parking. Usually a development site is based on how much parking that they have. For instance, if they had an extra 2 parking spots, could they get an extra 2 units? They normally maximize the unit count to parking.
But I think you said it had to do with square footage, so why are these parking spaces
Retail.
going to be narrower?
Retail would be square footage, and then on the residential side, it would be bedroom count.
But all of these are narrower than
The
normal.
parking spaces themselves are narrower, which gives you more parking spaces. Even if they make them wider, there's still more parking than would be required by code.
they're agreeing to comply with the recommendation of the police department.
It's going to be about 42.
Yes, yeah, and 9.5 feet wide.
Okay. Thank you.
Josephine Higgins.
Mayor Higgins.
Front Row, with Cook Lake.
Sorry, your last name again?
Higgins?
HIGGINS.
Thank you.
On the, you have a shot, you have a posterior here, this is that. It's old.
The color of them?
No, the posterior property, I just wanna see these old trees here. If you take those down, I'm on the shade tree team, so if you take these old trees to the posterior portion of. Those things gather up water that keep sound down to the neighbors that are back here. I mean, I don't live in this area, so, but I went out to look at there, and older trees take so long to grow up, if you just put some bushes in there, it's gonna take forever to grow up.
The problem is that, right, at the buffer zone, I have to provide like a wall of evergreen. That's the
Why?
ordinance. They are trees, by the way, they're not shrubs.
No, there's trees here.
Yeah, there are trees there, yeah.
That's it, why can't we leave the trees there? These trees will buffer more than small shrubs that you put them out.
I don't even know what kind of trees they are. Well, there's a half a dozen very large oak trees.
Yeah, why put that, but you retain a lot of water, we
I
get rid of the sound.
have to the board, up to the board.
Yeah,
That's my suggestion.
I am not a tree or a landscape architect. I will defer to Mr. Trost, who is a landscape
There's a
architect.
specific ordinance that
Uh,
actually specify the trees and how big the planted height and how far they are apart. And Mr. Malik has literally followed that ordinance. Doesn't mean that the board can't tell us to leave some trees that aren't in the ordinance, but.
So, Mr. Malik, are there mature oak trees that are within this buffer zone?
Yeah.
That could be maintained?
That could be maintained.
Well, you may not be able to plant as many evergreens, so you just gotta make that.
Yes.
Let's start with, are there some mature oak trees that can be maintained?
Yes.
Okay. Are they on a drawing that we could see, or
No,
was the
it's,
intent to take down all the mature oak trees?
They're right along the property line. I could survey them and mark them and send them to everyone.
But they're deciduous trees.
They're not evergreens.
They're not evergreen.
But,
Does that matter?
you know, I can ask the
Well-
head of the shade tree committee. If the purpose is that the leaves drop, then the residents behind it will see that building, where the evergreen is. Right. Well, the evergreen's still.
We could keep them together, we could keep.
You can put it interesting, you know.
Can't, you having fun?
If you leave some of those,
Yeah.
first of all, I think it's a great idea, but the problem is if you leave some of those oaks, not then be able to plant evergreens around them. Why not? I'm not an arborist, but I know that the trees have roots and we can't just throw an evergreen
Shaded too.
right next to a shade tree that it require some expertise to know what it's.
This line is.
So if we blindly say we'll do it. I think it's just gotta be careful.
How large is the buffer zone again in the rear? 30 feet, right? So within a 30-foot buffer zone, you should be able, if there's a 5-foot oak, you should be able to plant an evergreen behind it or in front of it. Right? So could we agree to try to maybe save
Yes.
the larger oaks?
Drawing S2 is
Uh-huh.
the existing conditions and demolition plan.
Shows,
That shows.
S2 shows the existing.
Shows the existing.
Could we look at that?
Trees are Broadway, it's not about.
But the buffer is-
The issue is gonna be, is a lot of those trees are in the development envelope.
Should be. It's like.
Oh.
So
I don't think
That's not the buffer zone.
That's not the
Correct.
Broadway.
You look at the scale, you go to that sheet, you can.
It's S02.
S2?
S2, yeah.
We actually have that one.
But if
You know, it's like the 20.
That line somewhere
Yeah.
near, so I think most of those trees.
Yeah.
They're gone.
Sorry, it's not-
Right. They're done. And if they're listed as maples, I
Yeah.
don't think it'd be.
Then I even survive.
You don't want the. They're surface root trees.
That's not presumed.
Sycamore.
You're right.
Now, wasn't there, we'll do the survey, submit it to the shade tree committee, and if they have comments on it.
So, Mrs. Higgins, it doesn't look like there are any real shade trees that are gonna wind up in this buffer zone. Just based on what the existing survey shows.
I didn't know exactly.
I mean, it's hard to see it now because the site right now only has a very small mechanic shop on it. And it's gonna be mostly developed. So a lot of the trees and the overgrown weeds that you're kind of looking at right now, aren't really gonna be there anymore once this building is built and the parking lot is built. What you're gonna be left with is, looks like maybe 1 or 2 maple trees.
I think anything we can say, because those are there.
Again, I don't have the numbers, but, let's look at the topography, right? So this is right at the 110 line.
Reduces noise, reduces, you know.
The evergreens will do, I mean, we could also request him to plant trees. Right, Mr. Trost?
And I
That
think,
would grow
I think
into a
Dan-
mature tree.
I think they also,
From Valmont.
they're gonna owe us an updated plan to, an updated landscape plan for resolution compliance. that
he
meets
just commented on-
recent shade tree ordinance.
Hang on 1 second, only one person can talk at a time, because Candace can't write 3 people.
So I think, like, as part of resolution compliance, they're gonna need to comply with the latest tree removal ordinance that the borough had to adopt. I think what they have on here is the older version. So when they run through those final calculations, there may be a requirement for some additional trees to be placed on the property.
But the
So-
ordinance as it relates to the 30-foot buffer between the commercial zone, residential, they specifically describe type of trees.
Correct, but
So if we deviate from that, are we able to do that? Yes.
you have to replant the correct number
I
of
agree.
trees, so.
Yeah.
The evergreen buffer, yes, that will stay, but. In lieu of planting, there's a contribution that could be provided, you have to comply with the latest tree removal ordinance that the borough just adopted per DEP requirements, so.
Mr. Malik, I think it sounds like we want to try to comply, and maintain a buffer, obviously. The neighbors are gonna be concerned about noise, lighting from, car traffic, especially at night. So we want to try to maintain some sort of a buffer and still have mature trees,
Yeah,
right?
we
So,
just don't wanna do something with trees that damages the trees that the ordinance specifically requires that we plant. That's my only.
understood. So we will do a resolution review with the shade tree and
Correct.
review the ordinance.
Great.
And they're gonna submit.
You're welcome, Mayor Higgins.
And they're gonna submit a landscape plan.
That'll be part of
Correct,
David's review. Right?
yes.
David comes, right? Yes, David, okay, sorry.
We can, Negley and Yamar will confer and make sure that. It's good.
Are there any other questions regarding?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm Brandon Probably. I also live at 10 Campbell Avenue, Sophia is my wife. So question number 1 is why exactly do you have to do 3 stories versus 2? For like usually if the total calls for 2.
Code doesn't necessarily call for 2, code gives you a height restriction. Code says 2.5.
Okay,
And.
and you have to remove a foot of dirt here to reach that height requirement?
I don't have to remove a foot of dirt because of that, I have to remove a foot of dirt to grade the. Parking. To make everything accessible, as I said, from here to back here is 8 feet elevation difference.
Mhm.
So the site needs to be graded. We kept this area high, but as you turn, it's gotta be dropped drastically. And this to match the existing elevations on Broadway.
Okay. And then the second question is, the residents here, their address is gonna be Broadway, right?
Yes.
So why exactly do they need this egress into Campbell Road, like their Broadway residents?
It's not for the Broadway residents, so this building, for instance, the fire engine comes in here. They cannot back out, they have to go around. A garbage truck comes in here, after they pick up, they have to go out. We only have a 30-foot wide driveway for a car, it's okay. For a trucks, or a fire engine. it's not.
Other buildings on Broadway don't have, or other residential and commercial buildings don't seem to be having the problem where they need to. egress.
You only have entrance and exits on Broadway.
Yep.
Because I have multiple
If
members.
they can get into that.
Just the person speaking and the witness, please.
Okay. So, just to add a little bit more to the trees, like I know for a fact that there's a giant oak tree like right on our property line, so there's at least one. I didn't count how many exactly trees are on this 30-foot thing, so I didn't measure 30 feet out, but.
That oak tree may be on your property, maybe your.
It's not, because I measured the distance from my house to the end of my property. My other concern is right now, like all your trees that you plan on planting, like they say they're 10 foot tall. Like that's not gonna have the same amount of shade that those oak trees currently have, or noise reduction, or, so what do you, like, what's the plan for that?
I'm gonna go to the site and mark all the existing trees that are along your property line and see how much of them they can salvage.
Okay,
And still comply with the zoning ordinance for the 30-foot buffer.
okay. I think that's great, the 30-foot buffer zone, I'm also concerned about the, as was said before, the sound reduction, the visibility reduction, because this is gonna be a 36-foot tall building, right? And now it's only gonna be protected, like, I'm gonna have 36 feet of, or 26 feet of people looking onto my property. That's only blocked by 10-foot trees that you plan on planting.
Even
Again, the tree should grow. I mean, you know, you can't plant a 40-foot tree, right? So the tree will eventually.
Yeah, eventually, it's just the timeline of, you know.
I understood. No, I'm just saying, it's not, the intent is not that they want to try to limit the height of the tree to 10 foot. They're gonna plant trees that will mature, but it will take a few years, you know, that may take 10 years for them to mature. The ordinance also requires them to put in a buffer. I guess we'll call it arborvitae's or an evergreen buffer, so that it doesn't, you know, drop its leaves and become just a stick at the end of the season. So we're gonna try to get Mr. Malik to put the combination of.
Okay.
So that we can still keep some of the mature trees if they're there. If not, they can also plant an oak tree that will eventually grow to a 100-foot oak tree.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can maybe help the testimony here. The buffer is shown with spruce trees, they tend to be not the fastest growing trees. Just connected with my engineer, our engineer across the way, we think the green giant would be better.
Right.
I agree.
Grow faster, thicker. And give an immediate, not immediate, but rather aggressive.
All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put in the resolution that the buffer will include an analysis of whether or not any of the large oak trees can be saved. And approved by the shade tree committee, the borough engineer and our plan. Okay, so. The trees can be saved and they'll be saved.
Okay, can I just get a motion to extend tonight's meeting for half an hour?
Thank you.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That was a very sad eye, right? Any other cross examine? Yes, sir, come on up.
Examination, just stop with the being.
I'm sorry. Oh, that's, yeah.
Yeah, it's clicking.
That's John.
John Wallach, 65 Campbell Avenue. Also, I'm concerned about this egress onto Campbell. There are many along the corridor that have one entrance and the same egress. And I'm not worried about the fire trucks, they're professionals, if they have to back out, they can back out. It's a bigger problem. This is close to the corner, difficult to see traffic coming down a hill. It just doesn't make any sense at all to have that egress there.
But that egress is already, gas station was usually.
It's not there.
It's there, that's where I go in and out. But I don't.
That's not a real egress. I mean, that's.
But it was. That was.
Okay, you can't argue it. Agree that you disagree, okay?
I
All right,
agree.
but I will say that, and John, you could correct me if I'm wrong, they don't need a variance for that curb cut. The only variance that they need relates to the curb cut is they want to make it what the curb cut wider.
Right.
Okay.
And that's for the one on Broadway.
Okay, but they are, this board doesn't make the ordinances, okay? The mayor and council adopt the ordinances, and it says that they can have a curb cut on Columbus.
And almost every application that we see, the fire department requests the ability to not ever have to back up.
Well, I agree, it's not ideal.
Right.
So it's safe, I think what he's trying to tell you is it's safer for garbage trucks to be able to maneuver and go in and then get out of there, and for fire trucks and emergency vehicles. Plus, it's permitted by ordinance to have a curb cut there on Campbell.
That's unfortunate.
Again, it's just for, just
the public.
not yet. We have to complete the testimony. Any other questions for the witness? You have a question, Ms. Levine?
More comment than question.
Just hold your comments if you can.
Motion to close, not a comment.
Hang-
I also have questions related to that. I know there's a little curb break on the side there, but here's my questions. I'm very concerned about the variance to permit vehicles onto Campbell Ave. Here's why. First, if I'm driving on Broadway and turn left or right onto Campbell
Ms.
Ave.
Levine, do you have a question for the witness?
What's that?
Do you have a question for the
Yes,
witness?
there were questions there.
Oh.
Okay. And I have to turn left or right, where am I? And suddenly have to hit the brake, hitting a car that is exiting from 126. What if there's a car behind me that is also entering Campbell Ave? Will its driver have to stop short on Broadway in order to avoid hitting my car?
Well, there would be a stop sign, and if somebody has to exit on Campbell, they have to yield to your vehicle to pass.
It's stop sign. All right, second on the same issue. I appreciate the implied requirement that cars leaving 126 must turn left toward Broadway. Is that still the case?
That is the case.
Okay, so but I doubt that requirement can be adequately enforced, number one. If it is not enforced, then Campbell Avenue will experience more traffic, which is not good. Third, final question on the same topic. If this is enforced, residents of Campbell Avenue who are heading home will have to turn left towards Broadway, go all the way around the block and enter Campbell Avenue from Kinderknack Road. That's crazy. Cars should only enter and exit directly from Broadway. The driveway at the southwest corner of the new building should be both an entrance and exit, just like other businesses on Broadway. For instance, 172 is a large office complex, 188 is a large apartment complex, 116 is the Tampa and Polish, 104 is Family Dentistry. They all have one entrance, exit, driveway, one from Broadway, all of them. Including the huge office complex at 172 and the 47 something apartments and townhomes at 188. If they can manage with one driveway, so can this. That's my feeling. And I wish it could be changed. I really do.
I don't think it can be changed. I have a traffic study done by a licensed engineer. And he says the number of trips generated from this site is never the minimum. And we already decided that we are going to restrict this area of parking to the residences. So the only commercial parking will occur on the south side. Because that is easy access to the retail space.
Okay, so I like your picture. I will tell you, I walk every morning. I walk from Broadway to the end of the property with only 55 steps. So this is only part of the way. It's a very short distance there, a very short distance.
It's 153 feet.
It's a short distance. If someone's.
Which is about 50 steps.
Okay.
Any other questions for the witness?
Motion to close to the public.
Second.
All in favor?
No open comment.
We're getting there. Mr. Molinelli, do you have any other witnesses?
I do not, thank you.
Okay, well, I guess we're at if anybody wants to make comments, so
That's, we're gonna open up to the public.
okay, and that would include, if somebody wants to testify to a fact or a condition, that they think is relevant to the application. You can take an oath and you can testify. I know that there were letters that were submitted. They probably contain opinions, which are in comments, and they may contain facts too. If you're gonna read those letters, you should take an oath because you're probably going to include some factual testimony in your comments or your statements.
All right, can we get a motion open to the public?
Public for comment.
Second.
And it can
All in
include
favor?
testimony too.
Okay. Should I go one at a time?
Okay, Craig Padover, 27 Campbell Avenue. So I just want to give you some context. You may not live on the east side of town, but Campbell Avenue is parallel to Prospect. And especially since they put the light in its train station, it's basically become a bit of a through street. So there's a lot of commercial traffic and personal traffic that's going north on Broadway that will go east on Campbell to avoid that light. So that's become a pretty big issue. You've got basically Campbell is 20 houses on each side, a lot of young families, a lot of dog walkers. So it's a fairly busy street pedestrian wise to begin with. If you allow egress.
I think, you know what, you're giving factual testimony. I'm gonna swear you in.
Sure.
Okay. You swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God.
Okay, okay.
So 150 feet, whatever it is. I estimate it's approximately 4 to 5 car lengths from Broadway to the end of the property. Okay, now I understand that from what I heard tonight, that the applicant is not even excluding making a right turn onto Campbell, which of course would increase traffic significantly, even though years ago they asked him not to include right turns. They said only left turns, but that's still open for debate from what I hear now. But assuming it's about 5 car lengths here, we're talking about 2 big issues here. One is what Ms. Levine said, which is if you're going northbound on Broadway and make the right on Campbell to avoid the light, or for whatever reason, you've got approximately 4 or 5 car lengths to react. Now, I don't know what the visibility is going to be like, but if you've got the egress there and you've got, you know, that kind of a thing going, great, stop sign is wonderful. But I don't think that's going to be enough time for anyone to react. If you are going to put that, you better darn well make sure that you've got enough visibility. If you got, I want to share with you something that I noticed that was really not too encouraging. Did you get the Woodcliff Lake Police Department report dated March 2nd? There are so many mistakes in this report, it's pathetic. First of all, this is from Sergeant Matthew Chanel. He talks about, I reviewed the plans for the property at 216 Broadway. Okay, typo, not the end of the world. But he talks about entrances to the parking lot from both Broadway and Campbell Road, another typo, not the end of the world, but it's another typo, showing me carelessness. He says here, the Traffic Bureau feels the plans are adequate for the property located on a county road. Broadway is a county road. Campbell is not a county road. He should know that. Did he mention that Campbell has a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit? Did he mention that there are major issues with cars parking their cars on that corner so that they can walk to the train station or go to the hair salon? Even though there's a sign there that says no parking allowed? Did you know that, Mr. Malik?
I've never seen cars parked on the street.
Well, why do you think, I have a picture of it. Why do you think there? What's that?
We own that.
That was our night when.
Guys, we just got one person speaking.
No, I mean, that is why they had to put signs on that. They had to actually, somebody called up because they said there's been so many people parking exactly where you're saying, oh, there's plenty of room. People are gonna park there. People violate the law all the time. And
But
for you-
that's an enforcement issue. That's not,
Okay,
that's not,
it's an
that's not the
enforcement
owners.
issue, But I'm trying to give you, Mr. Giovanni, I'm trying to give you a real life picture of what egress from Campbell Avenue is gonna look like to people who are regularly on Campbell Avenue. So certainly, you can, in my opinion, you cannot allow a right turn on Campbell. I think it's, if you are gonna allow a left turn on Campbell, it's your responsibility to make sure visibility is adequate for anyone who's making the turn onto Campbell, and that it's, there's no safety issue. That's, listen, I'm concerned, I think it's great. You're doing wonderful things with your, you know, the design, et cetera, but it's incumbent. There's at least 60 people who live on Campbell Avenue who are directly gonna be impacted by this project, so.
Thank you. See you later. You can pull out of here and go right out there and go right there. Any other members of the audience?
I live on that.
Just gotta give you, I'm sorry, name.
Cindy Brogan, 14 Campbell. I live on
You're
that.
gonna give factual testimony, I have to swear you away. You're gonna make factual testimony?
Well, I guess facts as I lived them, my lived experience, but yes, I will.
Swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
So I live on that corner and the physics of this, besides the egress, is people coming down that hill, they do not stick to 25 miles an hour. I can't tell you how many times we've had to jump out of the way. We're just talking to each other on the side of the street. Somebody's flying down. Subsequently, on the other end, when they turn up, they have to accelerate to go up the hill. So you've got these, you know, it's a physics problem, a speed problem. So that compounds the whole thing. And the point of the fact that, yes, there was an egress from the gas station. That gas station's been empty for like 20 years. The traffic to and from the gas station was a hell of a lot less than a residential and a retail thing. So going in and out, not a big deal. It is a big deal with this amount of people and business and everything. So I just want to add that to the record because no bueno. It's just not good. It's not good.
Joe Frangiosa, 56 Campbell Ave. Actually, just FRANGIOSA.
Thank you.
You swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So just to kind of add on to the traffic, because that is the main concern. Campbell Ave is very narrow. It's can barely fit two cars at the same time. There are a series of hills going up that kind of limit your visibility driving through, and people do cut through in both directions. It is a concern for exiting from your driveway, for walking on the street, and if anyone has kids, which when my kids were younger, that kind of drove me to start bringing this issue up to the town, to the point where we talked to the mayor and council, talked to previous planning boards, the police, even at those open meetings about the Broadway redevelopment. They set up a radar box on our site and tracked people, I think 43 miles an hour in each direction was the highest that was, registered. So it's a legitimate concern, and it's a safety issue. And if it's not addressed, for this project and all the other development that's going on Broadway, there will be a serious incident. And unfortunately, we would like that to be addressed before then and not.
Thank you.
Do I have to do the whole thing?
If you're gonna speak of facts, if you're just gonna comment, you don't need to, we don't need to swear every member for the public.
Okay. I mean, so, what's that?
Your name again?
Brandon Cropley, CROPLEY.
Thank you.
I'm gonna live right next to this property. Currently, like, there's about, it's more than 30 feet, it's about, almost to the. The gas station right now is old growth forest. That's currently the amount of noise that's being blocked from Broadway that me and my family get to experience, and now we're gonna have. A 36-foot tall building only being blocked by a 10-foot tree and a 5-foot fence. That's how much. Noise pollution we're gonna gain, that's how much visibility, all these people living in this building in addition to the commercial use now gonna. Like only a 5-foot fence is not gonna block anyone from looking into our property at any given point. Which is a major concern of ours. And then. Even just like, let's pretend that just the trees came down and there was no building put in there, like just those trees go to like. Not being there anymore would drastically increase the amount of noise pollution that we're gonna have on Broadway. And that hopefully won't impact the neighbors as much, but it's gonna impact us a lot. And then everybody who gets to go up on this building's roof will be able to look right in and see like my whole property.
I think actually the rooftop area that they could step on is gonna be facing Broadway only.
So I didn't hear that in the plans, whether there's gonna be a wall on my side, but
There's
You know.
three stories towards the back and 2 stories in the front, and that's where
okay,
that's where
that's
that
a
is.
slight relief, I guess.
And that would actually, that's actually gonna protect you from any of the noise or a little bit more of the noise.
You're located.
This is part of, okay. Okay, so it's just the 2 sets of buildings looking in.
Yeah, you'll be seeing the bottom left hand corner.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You win it, ready, Mr. Paddle.
Cynthia Drennan, I live on 62 Campbell Avenue.
Please spell your last name.
DRENNAN.
Thank you.
I just question the need for the retail at all. There's so much empty retail everywhere in this area. You have Wonder Place, which has been there for at least 5 years, and there's still 2 empty stores there. There's empty stores all around. Why do we need 3 more stores? What are they gonna be? You know, I know they have the master plan of the walkable downtown. But who's gonna walk there? I've lived in this town for almost 65 years. And nobody walks that much. It's not like we're gonna have a movie theater or bars or tons of restaurants, so you're gonna have Ridgewood. You have the other side of the street is the lake. You have a few stores there, you have the train tracks. I mean, who's gonna walk there? Why the walkable downtown? I don't understand the whole concept. When I was a child, growing up in the house that I live in now. All those buildings, 188, and all those other buildings, those were all houses. Single family homes. Why not just, if you had just apartments here, even if you just changed the retail, it would be quieter, there'd be less traffic. You wouldn't have all these less traffic concerns. Just a thought.
Thank you.
I'm Michelle Ward and I'm 129 Broadway, the hair salon. Okay. And I really understand all of this. I get it, 'cause I don't live on Kimball Avenue. But do you all agree something has to happen to 126 Broadway? I mean, come on, it's looked ungodly for 20 years.
Should have been maintaining it.
So 30 years ago, we were in front of this. And I applaud you because you were here 12 years ago. And you're back. So I'm gonna shake your hand because you got more than I have to do. So all I'm gonna say is, everybody has to deal with change. Everything's changing. 188 would walk. I mean, this town has been talking about improving Woodcliff Lake, the beautiful borough of Woodcliff Lake. Ain't so beautiful. But Tice's Corner is beautiful.
Why can't Broadway be here? So why can't these people? This is gorgeous, like, I've been looking at like, oh, for 20 years. And I've never said anything about the water that gushes, because there's nothing sucking it up across the street. It comes rolling down our main road. We all have no control over the traffic because the county is. The county, not these people. The county's gonna say what they're gonna do. So we opened our hair salon, and 1 week after we opened the doors, we had to rip up our brand new in drive because the building next to us got bought, and we had to widen our in drive. So they have no control over how the cars. The county's gonna have the last say. So these poor people need to do something with this property that for 12 years, I'm not happy about how it looks, or have not maintained it, and I'm sick of looking at it. I'm ready to like fix it up myself because I can't stand looking at it. And what does it do for any of our properties if it looks like this? Nothing. All of your properties, you can move, everyone can move off of Campbell Avenue. And go move somewhere else, because let's face it, when you buy a house next to a commercial property, it might get developed, right? This looks good to me. You're willing to spend all this money? That's beautiful compared to what's going on. 188 is like a wall. This is gorgeous. So good luck. And please say yes. And let these people build a beautiful building. Please. That's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'm going home. It's pajama time.
Any more comments?
Yeah, I just found that whole thing absolutely ridiculous.
You just gotta do your name again.
Christine Francis. I live in Campbell. Yeah, everybody wants something built there, of course, nobody wants this dilapidated place, but we live there. We live there 24/7, like, for the love of God, you have to take us seriously, we live it, we breathe it, we're there every day. So this entrance and exit to Campbell, I hate it, same reason everyone else states, it sounds extremely dangerous to me, not to mention, you always have landscapers that park there, even though there's no parking signs, and I know that's an enforcement issue, we have to be realistic. Like, landscapers are parking huge trucks there, so how is this gonna be working with people coming in and out when you have landscapers? And they park on both sides, both the dentist side and the old gas station side. All of it sounds extremely dangerous to me, there's no sidewalks, I have a toddler, my neighbors have a toddler. We're trying to walk, be healthy people, be outside. It really seems like no one cares. Like, you guys just kind of want to get something up there to get something up there, and I get it. I have to look at that every day as well, but I want to be safe. And I want to live in a place that's going to be nice, and I don't want to have to worry about my little daughter getting hit by a car when she's trying to ride her bike or when she's trying to go out for a walk. Let's say she's hanging out with a neighbor's kid and they're crossing the street, like, this just seems extremely dangerous to me. And I can't believe this lady just told us to move. This is the second time that this town has told me to move, and I find it extremely offensive. I find it absolutely ridiculous. I'm obviously very upset with this, but I really do feel it's extremely dangerous. Again, they haven't maintained anything up until this date. They've obviously been doing it on purpose to kind of drive a thorn on the side of the town to be like, hey, you're not letting us do what we want, so we're just gonna let this go to trash. And so now we're just gonna let them build what they want without any regard for the neighbors and the people that actually live there. We pay for our properties too, we pay to maintain these things too, we pay lots of taxes that have gone up tremendously in the past couple of years. I mean, we have to be taken seriously as well, it's unfair to us. No one is saying not to build something, we're just saying it sounds like most people's concerns have to do with this entrance on Campbell. To me, that seems to be the #1 concern here. And then there's other smaller concerns that should be listed here as well, but obviously this entrance on Campbell was the biggest problem, so, thank you.
Promise to be quick.
We're gonna have. We're gonna have to extend the meeting again, because we still have to hear Fran on 300 Chestnut. Fran, you still out there?
Fran? Yeah.
Yep, we didn't forget about you. So could we get a motion to extend for another half hour, please?
No.
I can't make you say yes, I'm just asking nicely.
What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah. If we can get, we can do it, we'll do it. If we can't, we can't.
Second.
Are we gonna finish this application or are we just doing Fran?
I think we are gonna be,
Because
I think we'd like to, if everyone's spoken once, right?
Yeah.
And I think.
But we still need to extend that time.
We have one question.
How long are you thinking of?
Hang on, Mr. Padova, let's just get through this first.
How long are
okay?
you thinking of extending?
I mean, I don't know how much longer
We're
we
gonna need
need, but I need,
an hour.
I need at least 10 or 15 minutes with Fran.
Why do you have to do Chestnut Ridge soon?
Because Fran is here tonight and been waiting for the last 2 hours and it was on the agenda.
I think we need more than 15 minutes.
I don't really think so. It's just it's compliance review.
Chairman said 10 to 15 minutes.
Well, you have to finish this application.
I understood. It's up to the
we
panel.
do have to finish this
I think
application.
we have to plan to finish this, I think we should finish this. We should.
Second,
No.
second to extend this other half hour.
All in favor?
I,
Aye. Oh, that's an exciting eye. The eyes are getting.
I only heard two.
Yes. Councilwoman Marsh? Yes. Mr. Panzo?
No.
Mr. Sharon?
For this application?
In general, to extend the meeting.
No.
Mr. Friedberg?
No.
Mr. Barber?
No.
Mr. Kaufman?
Yes.
Ms. Hagan?
yes.
Chairman Dodger?
Yes. Meeting is not extended. 4-3. All right.
4-4. Defeated you. No,
So then
no,
the chairman gets to.
No, 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's
It's 8 of us.
I just wanna be clear, I'm not gonna be here for the next meeting. so
Okay,
it doesn't get
wait
adjourned.
a second. We have to get something straight now, and it could be to extend the meeting to vote on this application, okay? Which is one thing, which would probably only take, I think,
I vote yes.
to
for
5
that.
or 10 minutes, okay? Plus, we're running into a time limit to address this application unless Mr. Malinelli extends it. I think we only have to August 20th and when's our next meeting?
August 26th.
August when?
26th.
Right, so we don't have enough time unless he extends, so I would advise that you have to extend to finish this application unless Mr. Malinelli agrees to.
I'm away in August. I would prefer that the board resolve this matter to.
So I think you need another vote to extend to finish this application.
I think to extend to finish the application.
Second.
All in favor? I'm sorry.
Aye.
It was good to see everybody.
Aye.
I'll see you in August. What's the timeline for?
What's the timeline?
Yeah, with Fran, okay, you know, with.
He's gonna present the,
Compliance review.
it's a compliance review from what the mayor and council approved last night.
It's just the intro, we
Development plan.
introduced it. It's
Yeah.
just an introduction of the.
It's a compliance review. He's gonna read the plan and we're gonna vote on it.
He's gonna summarize the plan.
And I think that we can accomplish it all within a half hour.
Okay,
By 11 o'clock, we're ready.
I tend to agree with you, so if we could maybe, well, there's a motion on the table
On the
on the
application.
application.
Let's
only.
get through that first and then ask them.
Fine, let's get through that.
Yeah.
Application.
But is Fran gonna then wait?
Wait,
Fran's gonna wait.
wait,
Okay,
Fran, is there any issue with the time limitation on this consistency review of the development plan? Is that going to?
I'll answer that by saying I don't think it's fair to ask me that question, please.
Let's get through this application. Can we do that?
Okay.
Motion to extend for this application, motion,
Yes.
second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Let's get through this. Don't go anywhere.
So
Oh, we can close to the public if everyone has spoken.
yes, motion to close. the-
There's an important issue that I think that needs to be clarified. Sorry.
Motion to close to the public.
Oh, come on.
Is there a second?
second.
Nick, motion, you seconded, right?
Yes, that's fine.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Sorry, Ms. Panover. So we would like some clarity from Mr. Molinelli and his application. The applicant confused us and the residents confused us on this Campbell right turn. He stated in his testimony, right turn was not allowed. You stated that it was allowed. What does his application state?
His application does not call for a prohibition for a right turn onto Campbell. What he testified to is that 11 years he made an application to the zoning board for, I wasn't privy to the exact plan, but apparently it called for a right turn onto Campbell. The board did not like that, so they turned down the application.
So currently you cannot make a right turn onto Campbell.
Currently, our plan allows a right turn onto the property.
Was this in a resolution?
No, it was an application
I don't know. I have
that he presented 12 years ago.
I'll have him really clarify this. I did not represent him for it, so I'll let him.
It was an 8,000 square foot, one-story retail. And one of the conditions that they made was, we don't want you to turn right on Cap.
And was your application approved?
No, it was not approved. There was all kinds of other issues that was going on and we just dropped that.
Okay.
But in the beginning of his
But
testimony.
in your testimony
It's today.
today,
Yeah, so what?
one time, Mr. Molinelli said that you didn't have any prohibition, but twice you testified that you would not make a right and that it was prohibited to making a right.
It was not a finalized application.
I'm not talking about the prior application.
This one.
In today's application,
Yeah.
twice you testified on the record that you would not make a right on it. So we need to know what your application is. Your attorney is stating that your application is no prohibition, you can make a right on it. Your opinion is what?
Your application.
I don't care if you don't have to make a right turn on Campbell.
So if we were to approve it on the condition that there was no right turn onto Campbell, that's fine.
That's fine with me.
Okay, I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to approve the application on the condition that you cannot make a right turn onto Campbell. Oh, subject to the Shade Tree Committee review and the submitting of the streetscape,
The parking size.
the parking, yes, subject to all the conditions that we have already discussed this evening.
Including
So-
any requirements in the Niggly review letter. And the DNR
So let's
letter.
get a nice, clear thing going here.
But a couple of, yeah, Bill can say some things, but also, I know there was discussion, I mean, the use of the deck will only be for residents.
Yes.
Slims on that, it's to be clear. It's not gonna be used by.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
She said-
Retail tenants, you're not gonna use the roof, the.
Only tenants only for
The
the
residential
deck.
tenants only have a house.
Yes.
He said that exclusively residential, it'll be in the resolution as a condition, as well as all the other stipulations that were made during the testimony, agreement with the fire department, the police department, Shade Tree Committee,
Yes,
all the stipulations.
I'm familiar with Mr. Princiano's resolution. I know he will have everything.
And then what happens with the affordable housing?
There's
I
no
mean, you
question.
have to comply with the board,
Comply with the-
that's not an,
Yeah.
okay,
We need a second on.
yeah.
You know what was the first variance that you had? I don't think it was listed in the one review.
Or something. I'm sorry, I forgot.
First variance was parking 17 feet from the roadway, where 30-foot minimum is required. That was our first variance.
Okay.
Then the 3-story building, maximum impervious coverage.
I think I have all the other ones.
The only waiver I added was the one that in Mr. Trost's report that Axel wasn't familiar with.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't have that one in the.
Yeah, no problem.
17 feet, okay.
All right, so there's a motion on the table. We need a roll call?
Councilwoman Mark,
Yes.
Mr. Panzo,
Yes, sir.
Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Freeburg,
Yes.
Mr. Kaufman,
Yes.
Mr. Barbara,
Yes.
Ms. Higgins,
Yes.
Chairman Delavatio.
Yes. Congratulations.
Congratulations,
You're
thank you
all in.
everyone who
Malik.
came out.
I'd like to thank the residents for coming out.
Mr. Malik, please. Please be nice to your neighbors.
Yes. And any cleanup that needs.
This one? Don't break your laptop, Fran.
I just got it, so yeah, that would be a problem.
I just got it.
Ronnie, you asked the question that I had to answer. It's not clear. Was a right turn legal or not? That, right. Well, that was what was not clear.
I know. I caught it. Yeah, is she okay over there?
Just give me 30 seconds.
Want to swear me in?
I can't swear you in.
Can you get Sal to swear me in?
He's got to swear you in.
Motion to hear Fran's 10-minute presentation.
Second, third, and fourth. Thank you, guys.
Now, can you explain exactly what we're gonna do? Basically, we're just reviewing it, obviously, tell us the last night. Tell me exactly what happened.
We can let Fran explain. Can we swear Fran in first?
Sure. You swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay. Perhaps you can fill us in on where we are with the area you was redevelopment, the redevelopment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Sal. Fran Reiner, FAR Planning. Good to see everybody. This evening, I'm going to present to you a redevelopment plan for 300 Chestnut Ridge Road, Block 602, Lot 1. This is a consistency review of the redevelopment plan. It's a multiple step process. The first step in the process was that the property was designated as an area in need of redevelopment. That was presented before this board in April of 2025, ultimately adopted by the mayor and council. The step two is the redevelopment plan. It was initiated by the mayor and council. Last night, they introduced the redevelopment plan. The planning board's objective and job here is to determine whether or not this plan is consistent with the borough's master plan. So I'm going to kind of walk through that for you this evening. It will then be considered, regardless of whether or not you find it to be consistent or not consistent, it will then go back to the mayor and council. If you find it consistent, a simple majority would then approve the redevelopment plan. Redevelopment plan simply represents zoning. It is not a site plan application. Once a redevelopment plan is adopted, then that becomes the new zoning for the property. And an application can come in by a developer that would then come to you as a site plan application, which is what you just heard for the project prior to me. The zoning will supersede the underlying zoning. And as I mentioned, the third step would be that site plan application. It's important to note that this particular property was included in the fourth round housing and spending plan. So it is really the reason why you were able to meet your fourth round obligation. And that was part of the document that was submitted to COA or DCA in June of this past year. And so what we've done here is just to outline what is permitted on the site from a redevelopment standpoint. It allows for multifamily apartments. That is the orange off to the right. That's kind of the multifamily.
Counts of the board know that what he's looking at is all screen. Yes.
So right, yes, right. The orange is the multifamily. Townhomes are permitted as well. The townhomes is the yellow, kind of in the middle. It also allows for commercial retail. In fact, it requires commercial retail. That's the red closest to Glen Road and Chestnut Ridge Road corner. And then there is a permission and requirement for supportive housing, which is part of meeting the obligation for the affordable housing. There are also parks, open space, plaza, civics, and parking all permitted as a part of the permitted uses. I think it's also important to note that although we're showing a site plan, this is just a concept plan. So this is what the zoning was based on, and it was months of work with the borough and the developer to come up with this plan as a part of the process.
Is this your? this developer?
This is the developer's plan that we have, I would say, modified at least. This is the 34th plan of this document. So
Let's go over what's going on there, 'cause you did, I know, the green is the multi.
I will. So here on, this is the retail up front.
Can
There's,
you enlarge that?
I think I have a blow up of it in a minute. Let me see if I can get to the blow up for you. All right, so this is the site plan. Retail located here at the corner, 2 buildings, minimum 9,000 square foot. Supportive housing building located here, 40 beds minimum. Parking for the retail, parking for the supportive housing, public open space park at the corner. These are rear loaded townhomes, meaning that there's a clean, pristine streetscape with front doors. No garages will be seen from the main drives. So these are all townhomes. And then this is an apartment building, maximum 4-story. The blue represents the lobby amenity space. This is kind of the ground floor. And then as you go up, this is a blow up of just the retail, supportive housing and the townhomes. This is, and we've provided significant architectural design standards as a part of this. So both the supportive housing project and the townhomes will look like this. This is the front elevation. The garages will be at the rear. You can see the material changes. All of this, the redevelopment plan requires the developer to come in as a site plan application, and it has to look like this from a color and material standpoint. Otherwise, the plan has to be adopted. You can't actually provide a variance for that type. This is the multifamily conceptual. Again, you can see the kind of the 4 stories located along Chestnut Ridge Road. And that's another version on the other side looking at it. So you can see that although it's a long building, it's broken up architecturally into 2 different styles.
That was the streetscape from.
Chestnut Ridge Road. Those are both Chestnut Ridge Road. That's what it'll look like from Chestnut Ridge Road. So I, J, and K are the fronts of the buildings across a large open space. That's this area here. That's that area in front of them. So what you'll see from Chestnut Ridge Road is townhouses, and then you'll see the front of the multifamily. Chestnut Ridge will be the 4-story. The property falls off on the rear.
Towards the park.
And they're allowed to go below the 4th-story. The height is measured along Chestnut Ridge Road. So for the townhomes, the height is measured along Chestnut Ridge Road. For the multifamily, it's measured along Chestnut Ridge Road. The building will appear bigger at the rear, but it's measured from Chestnut Ridge Road because that's where everybody will see it.
And isn't there a walkway or something that I saw?
Yeah, so there are walkways. You can see the gold along the front and then the rear. There's also, it actually traverses around the entire site, which gives access to the public for the entire area. Obviously, there's public open space associated with these 2 retail buildings. I'm going to go back just to hit them. We have provided, I'll go one more. The overall project would allow 370 units in 4 phases. Those are identified in the colors on the right. You can see the maximum surface coverage and building coverage. There's a 20% required set aside for each phase. The multifamily, which is the orange, has a requirement of no more than 297 units, a maximum of 3 bedrooms of 24 units for the market rate, maximum of 4 stories, 50 feet along Chestnut Ridge Road. And then you can see the setbacks that are required for the multifamily. Townhomes, maximum 47 units, maximum 3.5 stories, 46 feet. Again, you can see the setbacks. Supportive housing, maximum 26 units, but 40 beds. So that'll be the affordable housing requirement. They'll actually have affordable housing in the multifamily as well to make up the difference in the required numbers that they have. Then the commercial, they have a minimum requirement of 9,000 square feet. They have to do a cost, since it's not units, of 2.5% assessed value for the affordable housing contribution. They have a minimum of 2-story. They have to be a minimum of 2-story because we want them to look a little bit larger. So even if it's a 1-story building, it'll be a vaulted ceiling. It'll be a higher 2-story, maximum 3-story. Again, it doesn't mean actual levels. It just means that's the height, 24 to 46 feet.
Those are standalone buildings.
Standalone buildings. Listen, when they come in, they may be a little bit different shaped, but that's where they have to be.
And the parking's in front.
The parking is in the rear, so again, the parking for the buildings 1 and 2 are between 1 and 2 and B. That's gonna be the retail parking. The parking for B will be right behind it, and then the parking for the townhomes is supportive. Yeah. And then the parking for the townhomes will be rear loaded, one in the garage, one behind.
Can we talk about the supportive housing?
Yes.
All right? It's got 40 beds.
Yes, so supportive housing allows you to do 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms, and each bed in a supportive housing project actually represents an affordable housing unit.
Why do we need one?
So we are short on our affordable housing obligation. When I say we, the borough is short on its affordable housing obligation. This project will add, I believe it's 70, I want to say 72 total affordable housing units that will go towards your obligation.
And this is a
40 of
this is a rehab place?
No, this is not a rehab place.
I still don't understand.
So, yeah, supportive housing is not a rehab. There's no, it's simply a place where individuals have the ability to go that can't afford. And there's a management level. Yeah, there's a management for financial, for health, for those types of things. So the building will be built and designed as if it looks like a townhouse, but it'll be designed to have beds for individuals that can't afford residential units. And it will be managed by a separate company.
Now, is this a lockdown facility or?
No.
And it's not drug, you're not
Nope.
gonna be handing out meth?
Nope.
or Needles?
There's no drug, it's not drug related, nothing like that. Positive, yeah.
Kitchens?
Yeah, there are
Don't
kitchens.
forget, they're spending 200 million on this project. They're not looking to drop 40 meth heads in the middle of the project.
The 40 beds, how many kitchens will that be?
Yeah.
So what the plan requires is 40 beds. How they're broken up will be part of the site plan application. So they may have 21 bedrooms and 20, and 10 2-bedrooms. They may have, 10 1-bedroom.
Kitchen in each unit.
There's kitchens in the units. But if there's 4 beds in one unit, that will be one kitchen, right? So when they come in for the,
4 portable units out of that 1 4-bedroom.
yeah.
That's not what it's meant by
Yeah.
supportive housing.
Yeah, so the best,
First of all, in order
You gotta know to pay
to
rent.
qualify for affordable housing, you actually have to have a minimum also.
Yeah.
Affordable housing is not free housing. There is a big misconception, so that is one thing. And it's generally supportive housing is usually for, the elderly or people with disabilities. Who again, meet the minimum income required, but.
so the best way I can describe it is that YMCA in Hackensack, the old YMCA had residential 1-bedroom units attached to it. People who couldn't afford to rent apartments used those facilities because of their income levels, but there was no drug related, nothing from that respect. It just offers an opportunity for people who have incomes that can't afford affordable units to be able to have another option.
Yeah, and for some reason, the town and everybody came to an agreement, the supportive housing qualified for more credits, I guess, than.
So 26 units qualifies for 40, 26 units qualifies for 40 affordable units.
Yeah.
That's
They're great, that's versus other types of affordable housing.
Right, so we're building less units. It's a way for the town to limit the number of units that come in as well, while still providing and meeting our affordable housing criteria.
Limit the number of affordable housing.
And units.
And units.
So each
And units.
affordable they're building.
In other words, when we started this,
Right.
the developer was asking for over 400 units in order to get the affordable number of units into the project. By working through these multiple iterations, we were able to come up with less total units, 370, which allowed, and by putting the supportive housing project as a part of it, we were able to get more units in a smaller building. So we were able to get to the 70.
70 is inclusive of the
Yes.
Total.
The three.
Yes.
I think it's two.
It includes 70-something affordable credits.
Isn't it? All right. And how many of, okay,
There should
how
be.
many affordable in the other mixed in,
20.
the other buildings?
So I think it's, I want to say 30, 32, 34. I forget if the number's 70 or 74. It's 30 to 34.
So,
So it'll be 34, 34 affordable units will be in the multifamily building. Yeah. I know it's not up there, but I'll walk through quickly the consistency review that we put together. I don't know why it came out, but so section 3.1 within the master plan talks about the fact that the borough has witnessed an increase in vacation of corporate tenants along Chestnut Ridge Road. It's one of the reasons why the property was designated as an area in need. Section 2.24 talks about potential areas for redevelopment with particular focus on revitalization, including the Chestnut Ridge corridor. Again, this is out of your master plan, identifying these issues. Section 3.42 talks about the conditions of major commercial corridors, that Chestnut Ridge is currently developed with a mix of large corporate offices. And so it just identifies the fact that this is a transition area with lots of different uses. One of the recommendations, goal 2, talks about maintaining and enhancing economic viability of non-residential districts, which contribute to the borough's rateable base, a balance of land mix uses, as well as economic development strategies to retain existing business. And part of retaining existing businesses is being able to provide people in close proximity. So this project, close proximity to Tice, provides for a benefit from an economic standpoint. More users closer to Tice generates more economic development for Tice, which is an important generator for the borough. Objective 2, again, within it talks about strengthening existing business centers. Chestnut Ridge Road, this project would again strengthen the Tice project. Talks about proactively planning for potential redevelopment in the future. Again, I think the master plan clearly identifies the fact that there have been issues with large office buildings and talks about how you can take action to support this type of development, given what has been going on with the large office complexes. Action 4, to guide future redevelopment, including the Chestnut Ridge corridor, and to respond to future changes. And again, I think that has to do with the fact that, you know, even 5 years ago, 7 years ago, office was a much stronger use in the state. And over the last 5 years, specifically large projects like the former BMW corporate headquarters have seen lots of vacancies. And so we believe that that talks to the idea of redeveloping this site. The master plan talks about including attractive site and architectural design standards. We've included a significant amount of landscape, lighting, signage, and architectural design standards within the project. Talks about providing a complement to predominantly single-family residential, including providing a variety of housing types, and listed in that is townhomes, but you also have here supportive housing and multifamily. So that really talks to and supports that specific goal. Again, contribute to the rateable base was another goal. And this project will be a multi-$100-million project, which will take a place of a building that has been vacant and was going to continue to be vacant if nothing had been done to it. Deliver community benefits. We provide public gathering spaces, public trails, as well as potential open space, which are new community facilities. So we believe for all of those reasons, and specifically for the notion of the affordable housing, the need for the borough to meet its affordable housing obligation, to do one project of significant size versus lots of projects of medium size in order to meet that obligation in an area that does not really negatively impact any existing residential. The buildings are significantly sent back off of Chestnut Ridge Road. They are only 4 stories. There are townhomes. In the area where the townhomes are, there's actually, I think, only one single-family residential across the street. So we believe that this is an ideal location for the borough to meet its obligation and also be consistent with its master plan. So we would ask the board to look favorably on on indicating that you're going to vote as to whether or not you believe this plan is consistent with the Borough Master Plan or is not. And so it'll be one of those recommendations, and that'll go back to the mayor and council for their final vote. At that meeting, it will be a public meeting where the public can weigh in and give input. And then I know the borough's been talking to a developer to actually have a separate meeting where they would present their plans in much greater detail
To the public.
to the public.
This board's basic job is to decide whether or not they feel that it's consistent with the master plan. You know, and in reviewing this and knowing from when we did the master plan, I do think that this is consistent with. It's certainly not inconsistent with it. So. I think, you know,
I know that a lot of work went into this with a lot of people, and I did a great job. And you know, nobody's gonna be happy with 4 stories. Nobody's gonna be happy with the number of units. It's gonna have to be explained to the entire town how this got derived and why and stuff like that. That's for sure. You know, 4 stories doesn't exist.
50 feet.
This is a absolute home run compared to what could have been put down on the house. Yeah. On a 20 acre developable site.
Yeah.
Full developable. You're not dealing with slope, you're not dealing with wetlands, you've got 20 full developable acres. So
It does, I know it doesn't change, but I do just want to say how much effort has gone on from the borough side. You know, there were plans that came in about 600 units. The developer that we were working with, you know, originally came in with over 450 units. And the borough has been, you know, adamant to reduce building height size, to drastically reduce the number of units, and have really, you know, made it difficult on the developer to you know, to feel comfortable on some level with what they ended up with. They love the project, they love the site, they love the town. It's going to do great. I know that, but they certainly would have preferred significantly more units and a different mix. And the borough did things like requiring elevators at the end units for the townhomes, requiring the townhomes to be rear loaded, limiting the number of townhomes, limiting the number of multifamily. And when I say there were 34 iterations, that's because there were 34 iterations.
What does the elevators at the end of the townhomes signify? I've heard that.
Yeah, so the idea being is that, you know, when you downsize as older, as opposed to being, you know, delineated as age restricted over 55, those townhome units will be much more desirable for older residents that are maybe downsizing, don't want to leave the neighborhood, which is less school age kids. So by requiring to build the elevator, they're going to appeal more to an older demographic. 18. I believe there's 18.
Yeah. Well, then,
18 of the 47. Yeah, 18 of the 47 will be with an elevator constructed as part of it. Again, they will not all have elevators.
Your units wind up being a little bit too narrow.
Yeah, and it's another $50,000 to build with an elevator, and I don't think it's worthwhile.
$75,000. Probably more than that, huh?
Well, you know, for the 18 units, even when we got some pushback maybe from the developers themselves who did admit that he uses his elevator to bring his groceries up. So certainly, you know.
I use them as elevators.
For whoever is, you know, it's
Would
more,
that
it's
be-
more attractive. to-
Taller of the developer or the short of the developer? The elevator.
All right, our meeting is ending, so I would like to make a motion or.
I just have one quick question, very fast. The back
Go ahead.
buildings facing the park. How many stories are those? Because you said the height restriction is from Chestnut Ridge, what everybody expects.
Yeah, so-
What I approved, I just want to make sure I'm explaining this correctly. So the back buildings face the parkway, the front buildings are 4, the back buildings can go, because there's a huge elevation difference.
Yeah, so we have defined the building height as the height measured at the two corners of the building facing Chestnut Ridge.
Right.
Understanding the plans, it's gonna be a level and a half it's gonna be exposed on the backside. That'll only be exposed.
So the back
Yeah.
building is what I'm asking, is
Yeah.
gonna be
But it's parking, it's gonna be parking levels on the back.
On the backside, but then you'll have 5 more on top of parking lots.
4. So the back will look like 5 at 5, 5.5, 6, right? The front will be 4, the townhomes will be 3.5.
When they come to my door with the.
Yeah,
porches,
I know.
just want to make sure I point them right, that's what I just wanted to know.
Pointing towards Fran.
You got my phone number.
Yeah.
I know,
That's what I know this, that's what I'm just.
And now they're all complaining that they want everything to look the same on Broadway.
I just wanted. There.
So it's 6 stories on the back and 4 on the front.
The plan, I'm gonna, that is correct, but that is correct. It's defined, the definition of building height is defined as it's viewed from Chestnut Ridge Road. We did that on purpose, knowing that the grade and topo went away. And I don't know if he can put it back up, but the plan, the only parts that will be shown are the back side of the multifamily, which will face the Garden State Parkway. So it will only be, this area here and this area here will be exposed. The rest of it will be the 3.5 for the townhomes, and the fronts will all be 4 at 50.
And is there going to be a clubhouse with a gym or?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the blue here is the clubhouse and gym, and then there's a pool, and then there's 2 courtyards on either side.
They, what we've seen, the amenities that they've put into their other buildings are substantial and very nice.
Phenomenal.
That was a big thing.
It's
for
gonna
us
be an
too.
expensive project.
These are gonna be future residents and we certainly want.
And already these for sale?
Townhomes are, so you can't approve, you cannot,
Can't limit or restrict.
it's expected that the townhomes are gonna be for sale.
And that's gonna be 3 individual properties, 3 individual basically owners.
It's
Kind of-
4
They,
phases.
they will subdivide them, and there will be different LLC ownerships for each one.
It'll be 4 different types of projects, you know what I mean?
But Fran did a nice job of
Amazing.
specifying materials and everything.
Yeah, the
I'm just saying,
redevelopment-
This is, the plan, if this plan gets approved, it will be this plan.
The beauty of the redevelopment plan, Rob, is that it limits and restricts very finely what they can build.
And more importantly, it limits your ability to say yes to changes to like building elevations and materials. Somebody comes in with vinyl sided buildings, even if you wanted to approve it, you're not allowed to. So we've really tried to make the quality of the design of the exterior and the architectural design requirements significant, because our job is to protect the town and make sure they get the best project possible.
Close the meeting, but if there are gonna be 4 different owners of these, it's gonna get subdivided, so the supportive housing and the kind of this all the way at the end of the property is gonna be owned by one person. Obviously, that's almost like a gateway to, and that's an important location. We wanna make sure that that's gonna look good and be.
Oh, 100%, you have the retail right
It's
there.
done, yeah.
So.
Yes.
And you're gonna have all the tenants right there.
Good.
In the redevelopment plan, there are some images of what the retail and the open space will look like, but the site plan application will have that in far greater detail. Yes,
And it's 4
absolutely.
separate LLCs, it's probably the same owners who live in, I don't know.
There'll
All
be,
the inner part.
Yeah.
some owners may be part of other ownerships with other groups, so, but yeah, they'll likely be 4 LLCs. One HOA maintain the entire project. The HOA will be required to do the walkways and trails and snow removal and all that.
And then the for sale will have their own.
Yes.
There's no public
And they're all-
transportation on Chestnut Ridge at all.
No, I think they actually talked about doing like shuttles or stuff, something like that.
Because you're starting to add a lot of units.
Yes.
Yeah.
That'll be for the amenities for them to choose.
Yeah.
We're not putting that. in
Well,
redevelopment.
I will say that the redevelopment plan requires that any offsite infrastructure be paid 100% by the developer. If there's any upgrades to water or sewer, even if it goes offsite, the redevelopment plan stipulates that the developer has to pay for that. In other municipalities, when that occurs, the developer pays their share of it. In this particular case, the developer has to pay for the whole thing.
Do they have?
That's in the plan in writing.
So.
I don't know that they'll have to do that as part of a site plan application. I believe they do, but
They probably did that.
And traffic infrastructure.
yes. So any improvements to the traffic, any improvements to lights, timing, anything like that, will all have to be paid for
Okay.
100% by.
Is there interest in it? You know, some of the costs.
I think in some of their other
Just throwing it out
projects,
there.
they have.
They
provided
have-
shovels.
they have shovels.
They've provided shovels.
Yes.
At their expense.
If they want,
It's large enough.
if they want 300, you know, something $4,500 a month apartments, they're gonna have to get a nice bus with air conditioning and drive people around.
Drive to the,
Yeah.
will it look like train or the bus?
Yeah.
And this developer is the kind of developer that does
They'll
that.
do.
Expect that they would, if they saw a need, that they would do it here and get it at their expense.
And is it public who the developer is?
I believe at this point it is. It's Russo.
And.
Right. Russo and Woodmont is the other group that's tied with them, so it's a kind of a joint venture. Yeah.
Well, this seems consistent with what you said before, you showed us all the consistency analysis.
Yeah.
Sounds like a motion, Rob.
It really does.
Is that what
I
that's?
second it.
The honeymoon is just started soon.
Hang on a second, before we vote, could we just open to the public regards to this item?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mayor Higgins, you have any comments?
No, I like that, I did a lot of work on the master plan with Mr. Freeberg. And I, you know, and I know what it's like that we have to come up with the memories, you know, before. This is the fourth round, and I think he did a phenomenal job, the amount of people that were on, and the amount of people, you know. We're very fortunate that we had this piece of property on Chestnut Hill Road that, you know, could accommodate.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
You're good? No comment? All right, motion to close?
Motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Rob?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consistency review of the area in need of redevelopment after this one.
That sounds good.
Second.
Jerry, put a second, look at you.
You need to know one favor or.
I could do all in favor because I feel like they're all ayes, so I'm gonna say all in favor? Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Any opposed?
Motion to.
Motion-
To adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.